everyone, and welcome to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. I am your DM and host, Dragnacarta. You might know me as moderator on the Curse of Strahd subreddit, or the author of Curse of Strahd Reloaded, a module guide. Today, we're going to be going through Twice Bitten, an all-new rules as written campaign, sponsored by the Curse of Strahd subreddit and a few other friendly faces. The goal of this campaign will be explored a little bit more during our break today. We'll have a bit of a fireside chat between me and our producer, fellow moderator Shaplukas, explaining what the background of the stream is. But for now, this is a completely rules as written Curse of Strahd stream without any changes from the original campaign to see what exactly Curse of Strahd looks like when run with the full Gothic horror intent. So, don't want to spend too long on that, but again, welcome to everyone watching. We're extremely glad to have you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to some of the cast. So let's start with start welcoming people in. And Serena, why don't you go first?
Hi everyone, my name is Serena, and I am a Curse of Strahd DM. My campaign ended a few months ago, and since then I've been working on a Southern Gothic reskin of Curse of Strahd and a 5e conversion of some older Ravenloft modules. I'll be playing Kiva on Twice Bitten, and I cannot wait to go on this adventure with everyone.
All right, welcome, Serena, and thank you for being here. Just a quick note to everyone, you might have seen the icon in the upper left corner of the Twitch overlay change. That will change dynamically based on who is speaking at any given time. So you might see my image popping up right now, and you might have seen Serena's image as Kiva, who you will meet shortly, popping up when she was going as well. So thank you, Serena, and Twy, you're up next. Who are you, and what are you doing here?
Hey, well, my name's Twy. I am also a former Curse of Strahd DM, and in the process of DMing it, I fell in love with both the module and with Ravenloft in general. So when Dragna here gave me the chance to be a part of something like this, I jumped at the chance. I will be playing Airthrandir today, and I am really excited to see what happens, and hoping we don't die.
Well, too much.
Too much.
You can have a little death as a treat. All right, with that, thank you, Twy. Kaya, how about you go next?
Hi, my name is Kaya, and I am a Curse of Strahd DM. My Curse of Strahd game recently wrapped up after 11 months and 42 sessions, just in time for me to go through it all over again as a player. Here on Twice Bitten, I will be playing Lillisen, and I hope you'll enjoy finding out more about her today.
All right, thank you, Kaya. Next up, we've got Jack, and I'm realizing this is kind of like a Alcoholics Anonymous. Hi, I'm a DM and I play Curse of Strahd. So Jack, with that cheerful thought in mind, who are you and what are you doing here?
The first step is admission. Hello, I am Jack. I'm currently running a heavily modified version of Curse of Strahd that takes place in Southern California in 1983 called Barovia, California. Available to listen to now at blackprojectgaming.com, shameless plug. I will be playing Metreon, who is very pink, and I'm hoping that all my bets in the Deadpool pay off.
All right, thank you, Jack. And finally, last but not least, Linus.
Hi, my name is Linus. I played Curse of Strahd under Dragna before, and it was so good I'm doing it again. My own Curse of Strahd campaign is also running strong. Today, I'll be playing Amity, and I can't wait to find out about everyone else's pointy-eared characters.
Perfect, and a little bit of spoilers there, but well. So, just to let everyone know real quick, the VOD of this stream will be available on our YouTube channel come Monday, I believe. Our producer, Shaplukas, will be taking care of the upload for that. But I think that's all of our introductory remarks out of the way and announcements. We'll have some more stuff after the break, but for now, welcome all, and let's get started with Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten.
A striking elven female with an almost ritualized poise, Kiva Sirili always endeavors to be a level-headed mediator and a soothing presence in the lives of all she meets. Determined to look ever forward, she relies on controlling day-to-day chaos. Anyone who watches her for long enough, however, can clearly see there's something undeniably feral and unpredictable bubbling under the surface.
In the company of these fine strangers, he is just Metreon. But across the Sword Coast, he's known as Metreon the Magnificent. He is a tiefling whose body and dress carry the signatures of a nomadic performer, as evidenced by the rougher edges of his costume and his sinewy frame covered in faded tattoos. Though he may not look like a typical magician, rest assured, he cleans up quite handsomely.
The well-dressed, well-spoken half-elf who introduced herself as Lillisen has stayed away from the rest of the traveling group during the journey so far. Oh, she's friendly enough if someone strikes up a conversation with her. Charming, even. But left to her own devices, she invariably keeps to herself, and even looks nervous when anyone comes within 10 feet of her.
Amity, a terrifying deviloid with a tail that will knock your drink over if she gets too excited. Even worse, some pig follows her around and eats almost as much as she does. Yet, she's generous and easy to befriend, especially if you get her talking about her book of fables. Just, if she compares you to a fox, it's hard to tell if that's a compliment.
Erthrindir is a high elf man who looks perpetually like he's never quite gotten enough sleep. After his departure from elven society, he found himself out in the wilderness, working as a ranger in the deep, deep woods. However, this did little to quell his passion for history, and he's found himself on the road to Neverwinter, hoping to track down a book that might hold the answer to a question he's held for a long, long time.
All right, everyone, welcome back, and let's get started. It's a chill night in the Neverwinter woods, and the cherry-red flames of a flickering campfire are a welcome change from the cold breeze that's wafting through the trees tonight. Around the hearth stand 5 lonely tents, and the canopy above is parted to reveal a misty sky and a large, waxing moon overhead. 5 individuals sit around the campfire, enjoying the opportunity to rest their feet following a long day of travel. After encountering one another at the Green Dragon Inn in the small village of Coneyberry the previous night, you agree to band together for safety on the road in case of bandits, or worse. For now, however, you have made camp for the night in a small grove a few dozen yards away from the Tribor Trail to the south. Neverwinter, your mutual destination, lies a several-day journey to the west and north, but for now, the comfort of civilization is far away, and the sound of your campfire mixes with the distant calls of birds, the whispering of the trees, and the gentle creaking of the branches above. As you finish setting up your camp and settle in after an evening meal, the night is yours. What are you all doing?
Well, Metreon is going to go ahead and start taking some of the stuff off of the carriage cart, just kind of situating himself. I assume we each have our own tent?
Yes, each one of you, I believe, would likely have brought your own housings. And actually, what does Metreon's cart look like?
It's actually it's a pretty standard cart, though it is finely made. It looks like he might have spent a pretty penny on it. But otherwise, it's not terribly decorated at all. However, the rest of the party sees that he has been carrying along this very large, probably about like 5 or 6 feet long leather satchel, something kind of rustling inside of it. But he takes the sack off and starts to shuffle it into his tent. For those who don't know, he does have kind of this deeper pink skin complexion, very stark white hair, is dressed in this very oversized leather trench coat, and beneath that, some very fine trousers and tunic. His hand and his neck appear to be covered in like faded tattoos. One of his fingers actually has this very seems to be very well crafted, very finely made silver signet ring on it.
Perfect. Well, Metron is unloading his wagon. What's everyone else doing?
Kiva does not have a cart. She is pretty much just carrying around a backpack and setting up her small tent, which is really just like a cloak against a tree. She is very tightly wound, one might say. She holds herself very closed off. So she's mostly getting her little cloak set up, and then she's sitting and she's almost rhythmically tapping on her knees and just looking around her at every like pop and crackle that's coming by in the woods.
Here's a real question. Which one of us would have started the fire?
Well, it certainly wouldn't have been Lillison, who is sitting 10 feet from the fire, as far as she can from the rest of you, just sitting on a nearby boulder with a book open on her lap. She is dressed in fine clothing in browns and greens, a little bit of intricate filigree embroidery on the edges. Every so often, just glancing up, glancing around at the woods, then returning her attention to her book. She has a backpack, but it seems to be an unfamiliar weight on her. As you've been traveling, she's been just shuffling it every so often, and beginnings of a sunburn showing on her face.
Amity probably didn't start the fire, but she's loading some vegetables and meat into a big pot and starting to get a stew bubbling on top of it. Anyone want to share? Plenty of room in the pot for more meat and vegetables.
I don't have my own, but I'll certainly partake in yours.
I suppose that's all right.
We're all traveling together. I mean, unless there's any objections to sharing a meal together, I feel like what's the harm in bonding?
All I've got are dry rations, love, but I can give you some of those if you need something crunchy on the side.
Sure. That would be. I think we can make something sort of delicious out of that if we spice it up a bit. You know, speaking of bonding, I feel like we've been journeying together for a full day and we've like barely talked to each other.
Well, I think we all have been busy. I know I'm not used to being on the road much, so I've been focusing on making sure I don't trip over my own 2 feet, but you're right, it has been a bit inconsiderate on that front. Tell y'all what, let's get this stew going and then sit down for a minute, rest, maybe see who on earth we're traveling with.
Fine idea.
Yeah. And the person saying this is a elven man who is the person who started the fire, although admittedly it was not without some bit of difficulty. He's tall with dark red hair, and the previous, about 10 minutes before this, he was sitting down with a bow drill, a plank, and quite a bit of dedication, which did not end up working out for him. So in the end, he looks around, mutters an incantation, and sends a blast of fire into the pile of wood, setting it alight, and then picks up his drill kind of bemusedly and then throws it into the woods. But he is, for the moment, he is clustering around the fire, watching what Amity's doing with significant interest.
I should also describe Amity, who's basically red-colored. She is, and she also has a quite long tail, which is currently curled around a small pig in a friendly fashion. A pig who seems quite interested in the food in the pot.
right. Tell you what. I've got a few spices in this pack of mine. Let's put them all together, see what we get, and see if we can get the bookworm over there to join us. Ma'am, would you be interested in having supper with us?
Oh, yes, that would be quite lovely. Do you need any help? I have, well, not all that much, but
If you've got any vegetables, that'd be lovely. Elsewise, we're having essentially meat and potatoes, which is nice, but not really good long term.
And wine, if anyone would like. And Metreon will take out a wineskin and toss it over to Amity.
I can't say I have any vegetables on me, but if you need... I don't even know what they packed for me. Is this hardtack?
Well, it certainly ain't soft tack. That is way bread if I've ever seen it.
Do you want some?
Yeah, sure, that'd be lovely. Erthrindir reaches over and, with difficulty, snaps off a piece. Man, they really do not make traveling rations like they used to.
Hardtack honestly isn't so bad with some fruit. Amity looks around a little bit nervous at the dark forest around them. Can't say I really want to go foraging right now, though.
Yeah,
I don't mind going if you need someone to go look.
Just stay close to the fire if you do. You don't want to run into stuff at this time of year.
Some of us have already run into stuff, haven't we? And she's going to get up and pull her scimitar, and she's going to just look around the near area to the camp and see if there's any fruits or berries or something like that.
Sure. All right. Make a survival check for me.
Oh god, first roll of the game. Here we go.
No pressure.
Nat 20. Let's do it.
Set the tone.
Hey!
It's a 14. That's not bad.
All right. 14. You spend some time foraging through the underbrush, spending a few minutes while the others relax around the campfire. After a few minutes of searching, you do find a small bush with what appear to be a few bright blue-colored berries upon it. They have a bit of a sweet smell to them, but you don't immediately recognize them.
All right, Kiva's going to grab a bunch of them and sort of like pull her cloak out from her armor and make a little cloth basket and bring them back over to the group and show them off. I'm not entirely sure if these are safe for eating or not, but I figured I'd bring them over nonetheless.
Do they look like anything any of us might have encountered before? Or?
Anyone who would like to may roll a nature check to see if they recognize these berries.
I did not roll very well on that. That's a
What'd you
natural
get?
1.
Oh, no.
I'm willing to try them. I will let you all know.
Well, don't go dying on us. I don't think any of us have any potions with us, do we?
Afraid not. I mean, and
No
it won't
way.
kill her. Worst he'll do is give her a... You know what? Let's not go into that.
Yes, thank you. Here.
Little Sun is going to stand up, edge only as close as necessary to pick up one of the berries and eat it.
All right. You sample the berry briefly, tasting it. It does taste about as sweet as it smells, and as you swallow it, it doesn't seem, acrid or have an odd sort of undertaste. It seems not delicious, but reasonably tasty.
This is actually quite pleasant.
All right,
Well,
good to know.
She's still alive. That's a good sign.
Well, the poison wouldn't set in for another, 3 hours. I mean, yes, that's good. Good sign.
Kiva will roll her eyes and hand everyone a handful of the berries.
Thank you.
If the poison won't set in for another 3 hours, then Amity sort of stashes them in her pocket.
It was a joke. They're fine. They're fine. You
Come
can eat
now,
them.
live a little. And Metron will sprinkle in some of the berries into the stew and take the wineskin back from Amity and pour some more wine into the pot as well.
Well, I'd prefer to live a lot.
Fair point. And take another swig of the wineskin and start to kind of mosey around, tidying up my little camp area, setting up like putting together like some finding some like larger logs and kind of like positioning them around the campfire, maybe even draping a couple pelts and things like that over them.
Well, with my last 3 hours left to live, what brings you all on the road to Neverwinter? I should at least like to know who I've been traveling with.
I actually used to live there as a child. I haven't been back in quite some time, so I'm looking forward to getting home and seeing some old friends. Should be nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Why'd you end up leaving?
After my father died, I met someone and we decided to move out a little bit more into the woods and start a family. So I was out there for quite some time.
I noticed that someone's not here.
No, he's not.
Is there a reason for that?
He's dead too, and my daughter. So, sort of traveling on my own at this point.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's nothing to worry about. It's all ancient history, I suppose.
Well, here, darling, you need this more than I do, and I'll toss her my wineskin.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. And she will drink heavily from the wineskin.
I know we barely know each other, but do you want to talk about it?
Not particularly. I'm more interested in learning more about you. It seems like I've got a couple other elven sort of folks, and I have to say I haven't seen a tiefling in person before, so if you don't mind me asking, where are you all from?
I'm from here, there, and everywhere else, up and down the Sword Coast. I'm actually on my way to Neverwinter for work. I've been booked to be the resident entertainer for a month at the luxurious Slithering Serpent Inn.
Ooh, congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment.
Wow, yes.
Thank you. I do hope that you all come by and patronize me.
What sort of things do you do? Do you play anything or any instruments?
No, I'm actually I do a bit of magic.
Oh, now that we do have to see.
Not tonight. You know, I need to preserve my energy. You know, for the stage, for the performance. You see, I try to keep that to myself and try to reserve that for that. And you know, now I'm just here with you all, enjoying your company and just relaxing. You know, it should be a pleasant travel.
Well, we certainly won't make you perform when you usually get paid for it, but the slithering serpent, you said, is that as salacious a place as it sounds?
I don't know, darling. I've never been. From what I've heard, though, it's actually quite reputable.
I'll take your word for it. I've never been to the city, so it's all new to me.
I've also never seen a tiefling outside my own family, so it's nice to meet you. Personally, I'm traveling to Neverwinter for a job interview of sorts. I'm hoping to convince a sort of investor or something like that to basically give me materials so I can publish a sequence, like a collection of fairy tales.
So you're a writer?
I suppose so.
Oh, well, congratulations. That is an actual publishing deal is very, very, very hard to get. That's congrats. You should be proud.
It's less of a publishing deal and more just getting materials so I can produce it. But thank you. I do feel good about it.
As
Do you have a publishing deal yourself?
I I wish. Well, I don't write myself, but I do a few translations on the side to make some money, so it is sometimes very hard to find a market for the kind of books I translate. And by that I mean even I sometimes don't sell the single copy. But that's not the purpose.
What sort of works do you translate?
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that. Mostly history, diaries, journals, primary sources from yes, generally that gist.
Lillisen looks entirely interested in this.
Earthendeer perks up. This does not happen often. Well, yeah, so what you got to understand is that most of the works I'm trying to translate are written in Elvish, naturally, which is, important. It's a fine language, but if you want a wider audience, everything's got to be in Common, which is a bit infuriating sometimes. Like, we can learn Common, but people don't really bother to learn Elvish, but that's the price you pay for a wider audience. So
there are a lot of apostrophes in Elvish, so it gets very tiresome.
It does. I mean, it does make the language very musical, but sometimes somebody can't carry a tune, and watching them talk Elvish is like watching someone chew broken glass. No offense meant to anyone present.
None offense taken. What about you, Lillison? Over there, seem to be a bit of a reader yourself.
Well, yes. I suppose you could say that I'm going to Neverwinter because it seemed like the logical next place to go.
It's not cryptic at all.
What helped you reach that decision?
Well, it's a long story. How is the that stew progressing?
For someone who wanted to get to know the rest of us, you're being awfully cryptic yourself.
I mean, it's just been a long time since I spoke with anybody outside of my household, and, well, I'm sure you haven't signed up for 2 hours of me just talking about myself, so...
Yeah, that's reasonable enough.
Especially if I only have 2 hours and 40 minutes left to live, so...
Earthendeer looks vaguely guilty now, like he's unsure how serious she is. Don't... You might have a bit longer than that.
Yes, I know.
Oh.
Really?
Oh. Good.
I think that in that case, all of you should join me in this imminent death. Shall we have some dinner?
A splendid idea. I'm sorry, and Metreon looks over at Amity. Your name again, darling?
Oh, my name's Amity. Let's go around the circle. So, you've already said, Amity points at Kiva. I don't remember whether you said it. Sorry, I'm bad with names.
Kiva, love.
Does that start with a C or a K or a Q or...
Well, knowing elves, it might well start with a bloody Z.
Strange reasons, I guess I can... Caoimhe. Kiva.
Oh, lovely.
Elves.
Wait, where's the V?
It's more of a, I suppose, Sylvan name. But yeah, it's all my family's names are sort of peculiar.
Well, I have no room to judge. It's a nice name.
And your name is, then?
Oh, right. Earthendeer. I realize that's a mouthful. My apologies. My parents were not very considerate with it.
You'll forgive me if I truncate it, won't you?
I suppose.
I kind of I slap him on the shoulder, just out of like a playful slap on the shoulder.
Yeah, all right. Feel free, I guess. And what's your name? Metreon, right?
Metreon, and I do a little bit of a flourish and a bow. The Magnificent. But feel free to just call me Metreon. And at this point, you all watch as what you might have presumed was just a belt is actually a bright pink tail, just kind of like unwinds, unfurls from across his waist and kind of wiggles from under his coat before returning back around his waist.
Oh no, that's quite cheeky.
You know, I don't like to show off too much. And you there, Bookworm?
My name is Lillison.
Lillison. And while I'm still kind of in that bowing gesture, I reach over and kind of present my hand as if to take hers into mine.
Lillison is going to just look at your hand and be like,
Am I meant to pay you?
No, I mean, only if you want, darling. With, I guess, introductions out of the way, shall we enjoy some of this peasant stew?
By all means, thank you, Amity.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I mean, and thank you for the wine. It's really giving this a kick.
It's all I could. It's the best I could do, really.
No, it works well in stew. Works to denature the alcohol so that it turns into a sort of sweet, robust flavor. Good choice.
I figure it pairs well with the poison berries. So.
Kiva at this point is going to hand around the wineskin because she's been holding it this entire time and realizing that other people might want to drink.
Yeah. Earthendeer will pass it on.
Same with Amity. Oh, and speaking of introductions, this little guy's name is Truffle. She holds up the pig. It's
the little pig
Truffle.
oinks excitedly and wiggles its little legs.
Oh no, that's Starling.
Oh, that's a precious name.
Truffle, how ever did you meet him?
Oh, I met him just on a farm. Not my own farm, but I persuaded. Well, he was just so nice.
Well,
Did
he
you
does.
steal that pig, or did he
No,
follow you willingly?
I didn't steal the pig.
Okay, love.
no,
Sorry,
I mean-
don't mean to imply anything.
You just asked him if he'd stolen it. That's not implying. That is
I was just
writing down in
curious.
bold.
All of us have, sketchy pasts, as it were.
Speak for yourself, ma'am.
Indeed, I'm a reputable entertainer, my good woman.
I don't know what you mean to imply, but I'd appreciate you stopped implying it.
This stew is delicious.
Well, say there, Amity, since you've provided us with meal, why not also provide us with entertainment? Yes, I mean you are a storyteller. Why not perhaps tell us a story?
All right, but okay, if I'm going to do it, and if you're not going to show us any of your magic, then how about we all do it? I mean, we all come from such different places. I'm sure we all have something to tell. Maybe like some kind of chilling campfire story.
Oh, that would be quite an intrigue, wouldn't it?
I think I can come up with something.
Should I go first so that you all have time to come up with something?
That
If you-
would be appreciated.
If you don't mind, I mean, you've done so much for us already.
Amity is a little bit confused at the extremely lauding praise from Lillison, but takes it in stride and says, all right, this is the scary, scary story of the frogs and the ox. Once upon a time, there was a young frog getting a drink in a pool, and an ox came along to the pool to drink as well, and as he splashed into the water, he crushed the young frog into the mud, and the frog died instantly. She sort of makes spooky hand motions. Now, the frog's father missed his son, and he asked his other children what had become of him. One of them piped up, "A great big monster! He stepped on my little brother with one of his huge feet." And the father said, "How big was he? Was he as big as this?" And he puffed himself up, inhaling and making his stomach round like a big medicine ball. "Oh, much bigger!" his children cried, and he puffed himself up even more. He couldn't have been bigger than this," said the father. But the little frogs again declared that the monster was much, much bigger. And the frog puffed himself out again and again, breathing in more and more air, his skin stretching tight, until all at once he burst into little pieces. And the moral of the story is, do not attempt the impossible.
Well, don't fill yourself up with hot air.
That's a good one.
Earthrendir claps. That is a classic little folktale. Very good choice.
Lillison is just like staring in horror.
You're right there, love.
That is quite the moral to attach to a tale in which two people die for no reason.
Oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have gotten into it after all the mess about the berries.
No, it's okay.
People die for no reason every day. I think it's a great story, love.
Amity sort of shivers. Earthrendir, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. You seem to know a lot of folk tales and history and stuff. Do you have something good?
It's a Earthrendir, and I think I do. Although it's not as child-friendly. It's more of a historical record, actually, or something like it.
That sounds lovely.
Okay. Well, I'll give it my best shot, then. He closes his eyes and begins to talk. Many years ago, about 700, when the world was younger and simple and clean, there was a man who lived alone in the middle of the woods. His name was Taylor, and he prized his independence like a fine wine, and rarely, if ever, had visitors. One day, Taylor had two dear friends visit him from the city. In those days, there was a war, and they appreciated the comfort of the countryside. Taylor grumbled at the company, but tolerated it, for his friends had brought wine and cards, and he always enjoyed a game or two, along with their company. And so Taylor dealt the cards and poured the wine, and for a few hours, the woods were a merry place. In the haze of wine and good company, Taylor's memory became foggy, and he only got bits and pieces of what was happening. Suddenly, there was the sound of raised voices, and then the crash of a table, and then the drip of liquid against the floorboards of his cabin. When he came to, he found that the card table was knocked over, the lantern they had been using to play shattered, and his friends, the few folks he was willing to tolerate, his friends were slumped on the ground, their blood pooling and mixing with the lamp oil. Each of them had been stabbed, and Taylor found himself holding a bloody dagger in his hands. He pauses for a moment. They say his scream was so loud that people heard it in the next county, and that a flock of ravens who had been roosting nearby took to the air and began repeating the scream, calling as they left. And so he ran, dagger still clutched in a death grip, bumbling through the woods, back to the city, back to the place he abhorred, muttering all the while. I'll turn myself in. I'll go to the magistrate, and they'll know what happened and who did it, and we'll see justice done. It'll work. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And so he repeated this mantra as he ran. But when he got to the city, all he found was rubble and the smell of smoke. The war had finally reached it, and everything was gone. And so Taylor sat, clutching the dagger in his hands, looking at where the magistrate's office used to be, and wept for many long hours in the dark of the night. And then walked into the woods and was never seen again. He brushes the hair out of his eyes and sits back. It's not a happy story, but it's an important one, I think.
Is it a true one?
To an extent. From everything I've gathered from historical records, there really was a man named Taylor who came wandering into an adjacent city, babbling about something that he'd done, but no one quite knows. The line between folktale and story and truth is thin, especially with my people.
That was so eloquently told. It's like you memorized it.
I did. It's something I'm good at. But thank you. That's really kind. I appreciate it. And well then, how about you, Lillison? You seem like you'd have some good stories to tell.
Lillison smiles kind of awkwardly, and she says, "Well, I don't know any scary stories like what you just told, but here's one that I suppose tends to horrify people. Once upon a time, there was a girl who wished to become beautiful, but she did not know how. So she thought, I will go to the most beautiful beings in the world, the birds, and I will beg them to teach me. First, she visited Dove, and she asked him how she could become beautiful. Dove said, you must have plumage of pure white, and only then can you be as beautiful as me. The girl said, but I have skin, not feathers, and it will not turn white. Then you will never be beautiful, said Dove. Next, she visited Heron, and she asked him, how can I become beautiful? Heron said, you must have long, slim legs. Only then can you be as beautiful as me. The girl said, but if my legs were as slim as yours, they wouldn't bear my weight. If you'd rather be able to walk than pursue perfection, then you will never be beautiful, said Heron. Next, she visited Nightingale and asked him how she could become beautiful. Sing for me, said Nightingale. But after the girl had sung a few notes, the bird shook his head. You must have a sweet voice to be beautiful, he said, and your case is hopeless. Go home. Do not bother anyone else. It was a bitter walk home, but awaiting her there, right before her door, was Peacock, the most magnificent of all birds. I heard about your quest, said Peacock, and I came to tell you that you are already perfect, just as you are. The girl could not believe her ears. How can you say that about me when you are as beautiful as the sun? My girl, said Peacock, you, exactly as you are, could never rival my splendor. That is why you are perfect in your natural place and should never try to change, because this way you will never be a threat to me. Then the girl realized that Peacock had given her the answer she wanted. She would be the most beautiful creature in the world if she could just get rid of anyone who rivaled her beauty. So she took her bow and arrows, and she shot Dove, and she shot Heron, and she shot Nightingale, And last of all, she shot Peacock and plucked out his feathers to make into a fine cloak. And then everyone said she was the most beautiful maiden who has ever lived.
Oh,
I love it. It's almost hilarious.
I liked it.
Hilarious is one word for it.
That was a lovely story. I do see what you mean about it being a bit morbid. Beautiful, though. You did a wonderful job. You're a good storyteller. But good
Thank you.
gracious.
yeah, that one was a bit dark, wasn't it?
I thought that was the point.
Oh, no, yes, by all means, terrify us. That's what we're here for. I'm sure you, though, Kiva, have something up your sleeve, yes? Something dark and macabre?
Well, I'm not sure how dark and macabre it is. It's a favorite story from when I was a child, so I guess I can share that. Kiva sits up a little bit and clears her throat. There was once a kind young prince whose favorite pastime was sitting underneath a willow tree in the woods. One day, he heard a soft voice coming from the water next to the tree. It was a mermaid, asking the young man if he was king of the land. He proclaimed that one day he would be, and upon looking at the lady in the water, knew he wanted her to be his queen. They spoke of life, of each other's homes, and of love. But deep down, they both knew that their meeting was tragic. She needed water, and he needed air. He promised her he would think of a solution, a way that they could both be together, and set to work. Days later, with joy in her heart, he returned to the water by the willow and declared that a moat was the answer, a way to unite their lands. But the prince had an uncle who wanted the throne, and there drowned the prince and returned to the castle alone. Night fell, and the mermaid emerged. "My sweet prince," she cried happily. "Is it true? You've decided to give all this up and live here with me?" Well, she kissed his waterlogged face and pulled his body against hers, dragging him underneath the surface. And that kind young prince, whose favorite pastime used to be sitting underneath a willow in the woods, now lived with his bride on the floor of the sea, staring blankly at the world above.
That's haunting.
In retrospect, it probably isn't the best story to read to a child, but I liked it a lot.
My mother always said that the best stories for children are the scary ones. That way that they'll know that the world is scary already, and they know that they can try and fight it. So in that respect, I think it does a good job.
I think
Kiva
it's rather
almost
sweet.
rubs her hand on the scars on her face as Ari's saying that and nods a little bit. She's looking very comforted by those words, actually.
Well, I guess it's my turn now, isn't it? And Metreon goes, kind of drags the log that he'd found with the pelt on it, and just sits up by the fire and takes up the water skin and takes a sip. Well, I actually once had a friend who belonged to a well-to-do family. He and his younger brother were the wandering types, and often left the comforts of their family estate to seek out adventure. Exploring was his passion, was being the operative word, and for good reason. On his last expedition, he and his brother plotted a trip to the legendary Silverwood. They had been warned that its thick greenery and native trolls would prove a formidable challenge, but they were eager to know what, if anything, they could uncover. So, when they went, though, they found that the woods were curiously silent the day that they entered, and it was 2 more days before they found anything of interest. Eventually, they came upon the hollowed-out remains of an old elven home. It appeared as though the forest had taken most of the original structure over, but as they delved deeper, they uncovered a well of hewn white stone. They tossed a shard down into the darkness and listened keenly as the coin splashed into the water. There was an empty wooden bucket and working pulley, and they tossed the bucket down after the coin. Moments later, they pulled the bucket up, and it was filled with crystal clear water. Adventurers that they were, both of them drank from it. The water tasted sublime, and any exhaustion they felt from the day's travel seemed to melt away. Both of them eagerly filled their water skins and with renewed energy set up camp for the evening. While exploring the ruins further, they happened upon an old journal. The author of it was a young elven girl raised with a younger sibling and 2 caring parents. One passage in particular caused their brows to raise, though. In it, she spoke of a well that her family secured and the water that flowed beneath the house, and its restorative properties. As she put it, the water we've discovered can mend even the most broken things. Excitedly, they rushed back to the well, eager to test her testimony out. Her brother took up a bundle of twigs and snapped them over his knee and tossed them into the bucket. They lowered the broken branches down into the darkness and submerged them. A few moments later, they pulled the bucket up from the well, and inside, sitting in the water, were several solid branches. They were stunned, but wondered if the water's benefits could affect them outside of this hidden reservoir. His brother unsheathed his longbow and snapped it in half, just as he had the branches before. He held the pieces together and urged my friend to pour the contents of their water skin over the seam, and sure enough, the water healed the bow's broken limbs. They forced themselves to rest, though the excitement of their discovery made it incredibly difficult. In the morning, they awoke to find 3 hares successfully felled by their traps. As my friend continued over the diary, his brother decided to test the limits of the water with one of the hares. He placed the carcass in the bucket and lowered it down and waited to hear something. While he tested this theory out, my friend finished reading the diary. In the diary, the author mourned the death of her brother, and the journal seemed to abruptly end, its final entry being something about claiming to see her brother standing outside her bedroom window in his burial vestments. As my friend finished reading, his brother rushed back to him with a wriggling hare in hand. "I did it," he exclaimed. They freed the 3rd hare and dined on the other 2 before they set off to explore more of the surrounding woods. Not long after leaving camp, they were both surprised by a troll. Though both men managed to slay it, the brother was left a gory mess. Thankfully, though, they had refilled their water skins. My friend poured 2 skins worth of that healing water down his dying brother's throat, and in minutes, his brother's body began to mend itself. Something followed that euphoria, though. Just as quickly as he stood fully healed, he crumpled over back down to the ground. He clutched his gut before screaming at my friend, "Oh, there's something inside." My friend was petrified and watched as his brother took the dagger from his boot and began to tear into his own belly. Both men gasped as a small shriek echoed through the woods. From out of his open gut squirmed a small, bloodied hare. I didn't believe my friend at first. That was until he showed it to me. You see, he knew no one would believe him. He knew I doubted, and so he revealed he had kept something from his expedition. He promised it to me under the condition that I would share his tale far and wide to caution others, just in case others such as ourselves might be skeptical. He gave me that damned hare, and at that point, Metreon takes the pelt that he's been sitting under and throws it over at Amity, and just starts to giggle like a schoolboy.
Yay!
Oh, that is... Oh, that is an excellent way to do that. That is... I half expected you to pull a real hair out of a hat or something.
Well, I'm not wearing a hat now, am I? But, once I get one, both a hat and a hair, I might finagle something.
Amity is laughing now, and throws the pelt back with as much force as she can.
You aren't joking, right? That's not actually the pelt. That was just a story, right?
I don't know. You want to check for yourself? And
No.
he'll throw the pelt at Lilson.
Lilson
Oh,
ducks.
wait. Like, for real?
For real, for what?
I mean, I just assumed that it was a story. I didn't check anything.
I mean, yeah, that's a dead hair pelt. I mean, make of that what you will.
Lilson will pick up the pelt and toss it back.
You're all a bit morbid, aren't you?
You're one to talk.
I suppose all our stories were a bit morbid. Maybe I shouldn't have asked for something so scary. Maybe next time maybe tomorrow night Metreon can show us his magic, and we can all do a little bit of magic.
Right, yeah. Oh, well, not everyone can do magic, Amity.
Yeah, I can only do one thing, and it's not really that impressive.
What is that one thing? Let us be the judge of how impressive it is.
Well, I mean, if I showed you, it might hurt you, and I wouldn't want to do that to my new friends here.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fair enough. In that case, maybe we should be moving towards bed. It's a late night, and we've got to be up traveling tomorrow. Although I might have trouble sleeping after everything.
I could hit you over the head if that would help.
I'd prefer you didn't. I like my head. I like my hair. Don't, please.
It's very nice hair, but I think Ari's right. We should... Oh, do you mind if I'm calling you Ari, by the way? I feel like I should have asked you that.
It is one of the better ways my name has been shortened, so go for it, I suppose.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling quite tired, so I think I'm going to turn in. But this was nice, actually, in a weird, sort of scary way.
It was, and I hope y'all all sleep well.
Do we need anybody to keep watch? I hear that people are supposed to keep watch in the woods.
Well, we've got a party of 3 elves. I presume at least one of us is going to be trancing, or am I incorrect?
I don't mind keeping watch. I can do trance and then keep watch, or keep watch and then trance. It's up to you guys, I suppose.
That's a good idea.
Go ahead, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Oh, we're turning in already. Well,
I'm not forcing you, but we are going to be up at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and it is rather hard to walk well when you're tired. You run
that's
into
why I have
things.
a cart.
Metreon, I'll be up for a while. I'm going to be keeping watch for a little bit at least, so you won't be alone.
I'd rather just pass out, preferably. It's been a while since I've been in the wilderness, and I figure I'll take in the sights.
Well then, sleep well, everyone.
Good night.
And at that point, as everyone's kind of tucking into their tents, Metreon will saddle up beside Kiva, and he'll hand her over the last of the wine in the wineskin. Here, for your trouble.
I wish I had something to give you in return, but thanks. And she will finish the wine.
I hope it's not too forward of me, but you mind if I ask?
Ask anything.
There's a rather unique scarification on your face. I'm sure that has a story.
Kiva looks around, and once she sort of gets the feeling that everyone's tuckered in, I worked at the Thieves Guild in Neverwinter for a while. with my dad, sort of a twisted family business. This is one last job, sort of the big one. We wouldn't have to do it anymore. We were fences smugglers, so we were charged with smuggling something into the Shadowfell. I'd never been there before. And I would prefer it if I never went back again. I messed up. I got panicky. I sort of blacked out. I ruined the job, ruined the transfer, and the person that we were supposed to be delivering to gave me this as a reminder. It's sort of a visible mark, you see, if I ever get scared or angry again. It's a nice warning to people that I'm about to fuck things up for them, and not in a good way.
Metrinsky's kind of looking it over. Is that something in there, in that scar?
When we got back to Neverwinter, my father spent every last penny he could getting me to a cleric. They were able to heal some of the visible damage, hence the gold. But the effect still happens when I get scared. So I'm sure if we're traveling long enough in this horrifying woods telling scary stories, you might see something, but it's preferable that you don't.
Well, I don't anticipate a travel to Neverwinter to take that long, but I do appreciate the honesty, the candor.
Well, you seem like a person I can trust, strangely enough.
I do have that kind of face. And he smiles, and when he does, you see he does have like two larger canines, one of which is actually covered in gold.
So, forgive my question, but don't tieflings have horns?
Typically, yes.
And you don't?
Well, I do sometimes. I try to, well. And he takes a moment and kind of like rubs the headband that's wrapped around his forehead. You see, in my profession, I have found, especially for more expensive clientele, that they typically prefer more humanoid, something more palatable. So, in an effort to market myself in a more effective way, I will typically keep my horns trimmed and my face and complexion muted to something more humanoid, if you will.
I don't think you're going to be showing me that, or are you?
It's such a hassle taking it off and putting on the makeup and taking off the makeup, but come see me at the Slithering Serpent over in Neverwinter, and you'll see for yourself.
Sounds like a date. Not that kind of date, but
I'm not opposed. I mean, if you're buying. I spent all my gold on that cart.
It's a nice cart. I spent all my money on... well, I didn't really have money to begin with.
So what's bringing you back to Neverwinter? I mean, it seems like so much attached to it. I personally would probably avoid going back if possible.
I lost everyone, and a friend of mine from the Thieves Guild was there for me after. She asked if I wanted to come stay with her. and try to start over. I think we're going to try to open up some sort of shop. She has all these crazy ideas for selling potions and tinctures and whatnot. But I figured I could at least help her set things up and see how it goes.
Well, good luck to you. And if you make enough coin, stop by the Slithering Serpent, and I'll dedicate an act for you. How about that?
Sounds quite lovely. Thank you.
Well, I'll let you get to trancing, and I'll see you at dawn.
Have a good night. And Kiva's going to walk off to her little tent area.
Metreon pauses for a bit, watching her. Instinctively takes a sip out of the water skin, but realizes it's empty. Looks disappointedly at it, and he'll tuck in for a bit.
Very good. And with that, each of you turns in for the night, some of you sleeping, others trancing as they sift through old memories and new. The woods are quiet this night, and the air grows chill. As the hours pass, your fire sputters as a low mist gathers around the edges of your camp, growing closer as the night wears on. The night continues on, each hour passing as the moon descends in the sky and the trees rustle above you, and by morning, as you poke your heads from your tents and awaken once more, the fog hangs thick in the air, turning the trees around you into gray ghosts. Then you notice something odd. First, Metreon, you see that your wagon doesn't appear to be visible. And secondly, you notice that these aren't the same trees that surrounded you the night before.
And this is the morning of?
It is indeed.
Yeah, so as... given how much... Do you mind if I do a constitution roll to see if I drank too much and will be waking up later than the others?
I'll allow it.
Four.
All right, so as Metreon lingers in his tent for a bit longer, the other four of you emerge to find this strange and unfamiliar sight.
I didn't think the stew was that bad last night. Am I seeing what everyone else is seeing?
Erthrendir doesn't answer. Instead, he walks over to one of the trees and kind of just looks up and down. Does he recognize what type these are?
Make a nature check for me.
Can do. Eight.
Not immediately, no. It seems to be some mix of deciduous trees, largely dead. Beyond that, you can't make quite a distinction. There are a few with some lingering leaves upon them, but they're mostly grays and muddied browns. Not a very familiar structure to most of the environment.
What?
Did all of us eat those berries, or did any of us hold back last night?
I think all of us did.
Well, it appears that either they're hallucinogenic or we're dead.
Metreon at this point starts to stumble out of his tent. Fucking hell. Good morning, all. What? Well,
I don't want to make you panic, but this may be the afterlife.
I don't think we're dead.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't noticed.
What's all this then? And Metreon will stand up with the others and look around and see that the trees are different, and he'll start to go towards the area where he knew he parked his cart, realizing that it's like now not visible. He'll start to move towards it. Where's our cart?
Wait, don't go off alone right
I'm
now.
not going off alone. I'm just
Yes,
going over
you
there.
are.
And he'll continue to walk towards where the cart used to be.
Erthrendir puts his face in his hands and then follows him.
The two of you make your way through the bramble-like underbrush, passing through a number of gnarled trees until you come to the approximate location of where you believe the cart once sat, but strangely enough, it doesn't seem to be visible. Instead, you poke your heads out, and all you see is a lonely dirt road that cuts through the woods, vanishing into the mist.
Kiva, did you see who took my cart? Did you hear anything?
No, I didn't hear a thing. I slept through the night, actually. It was strange.
Well, you slept. You're an elf. You don't sleep. What? Where is? Am I not the only one frustrated right now?
I'm less frustrated and more just befuddled. So,
Is there anything else missing?
everybody, check your packs.
As soon as Lillison says that, Metreon, his eyes go wide and he rushes back into his tent. And he's actually looking for his coin purse.
You do find your coin purse. All of your belongings appear to be as you place them, or as near as you can remember. Other than the wagon's disappearance, things seem to be much as you left them.
Is Truffle still here?
Truffle is, in fact. You check your tent in a quick panic, and then you hear a soft snorting sound. And from beneath the pile of blankets you'd kept there, you hear a soft oinking, and then see something wriggling, and then Truffle pops his little head out from underneath the blankets.
All right, thank God you're still here at least. I'm also less frustrated, but more, worried.
I'm all of these things.
Seems to be a running theme. Ari, you have familiarity with the woods?
He looks a little guilty. I do, but I don't recognize any of these trees. From what I can gather, this is definitely not where we went to sleep. I mean, I suppose that's kind of a duh, but also, we're not anywhere close. These are... almost everything in this forest is dead.
What are you saying? The bandits took my cart and somehow managed to take up all of our bodies and place them in some completely different area of the woods.
I'm not positing explanations, I am just saying what I see. And at the moment, what I see is that we are not where we went to bed.
Surely we can't be that far away, can we?
Look, maybe one of you can come with me and we can scout ahead on the road a little bit. Maybe this is just some weird... Look, I'm gonna go like 10, 20 feet ahead and try to look for something. If anyone wants to come with me, that's fine. If not, I'll be okay. And she pulls out her scimitar and starts to walk about just 10 feet or so down the road, looking to see what she can see.
We're all friends here now. I mean, we're together. We have to protect each other from, bandits.
If we found any bandits, we could ask them where we are, at least.
That's a good idea. Amity raises her voice and yells, "Oi! Are there any bandits out there?"
Are there any bandits out here? Can I maybe make like a
reply? But yes.
Can I look
You
around
wanted to
and
make
see if there's any... Yes, I'd like to make a perception check to see if I can see any sort of signs of life, movement in the area recently.
Sure, make a perception check for me.
That is a 9.
9, looking around, you don't see any indication of any other person's presence. The woods seem lonely and quiet, almost silent as a grave. Only moving thing you see are the mists that crawl upon the ground like a large, bloated spider.
And just for curiosity's sake, does any of this seem familiar to her at all? Because she's getting a bit of a bad vibe from the area. So perhaps can I maybe make a history check or something to see if I might recognize where we are in any sense? She feels like she has sort of been in a similar place before.
I'm afraid not. It doesn't seem at all familiar to you.
Fuck. Alright. Kiva walks back to the group. There's no signs of anyone here, except for us.
Metron looks over at Erthander. You know how to tell. You know how to tell time with the sun and all that. What time is it? Like...
Erthrendir looks up, not very hopefully. Would this be a check? Would this be a survival check?
This would not. As looking up, you look past the boughs of the dead trees, past their leafless branches, and see only a gray, overcast sky choked with drifting fog. There is no indication of the sun.
Well, I would be, but the sky's gone a little cloudy. Sorry, once this mist clears, we'll be able to see more, but for the moment, it could be any time of day right now. Although my body clock says it's still about just the time we should wake up, 7 or 8 a.m. Or actually, hold on, I can ask. And Erthrendir reaches around his neck, and from his robes, he pulls out a little stone. It's got a hole in the middle that a piece of twine is threaded through, and there's gold edged around the black. And he holds it, closes his eyes, and concentrates. And then he says, "Hey, darling, I realize this isn't our normal time to talk, but quick question. Would you mind telling me what time it is where you are? Trying to settle something. Thanks, Ari." And then he lets the stone fall. She'll probably get a response in 2 or 3 minutes. She's pretty punctual.
Who is she?
A dear friend of mine, one of my ranger companions. Her name's Muriel. We talk every day, so I imagine she'll be up.
I hope so. Well, what do we do now? Do we just sit on our asses? Do we go out and find my cart and figure out what's going on?
I think the first thing to do would probably well, either way, we're going to have to keep moving at some point, so we might as well pack everything up.
If we can find any signs of life, I can try to just ask them if they know anything about where there might be like a nearby town or something. I guess
that is an awful casual way to say you can talk to animals.
Oh, I mean it's just a bit of magic.
I
mean you can talk to that rock.
Oh no, not I don't talk to rocks. This is a sending stone. It's a little piece of magic. Lets you talk to someone from far away, but only as long as it's 25 words or less.
That's much cooler in my opinion.
Anybody can talk to animals and rocks. It's a question of whether they talk back.
2 things. One, can me or maybe anyone else help locate any animals nearby? 2, do I know whether this matches the description of any afterlife? Maybe can I religion check this?
I would say yes. Looking around first, if you'd like to have someone else helmet while you think of that, you can grant them advantage if you'd like. So
I don't mind looking for animals if
all right,
you need someone to look.
One of you can make I would say a perception check with advantage while Amity makes a religion check.
21 on religion.
And a 10 for perception.
Kiva, you detect no signs of any life or animal life at all. Amity, you rack your brains for any sign of any afterlife mythology that might match this current setting. There's nothing that comes to mind, though. You draw a blank.
All right, so the good news is that I don't think we're dead, or at least it doesn't match what I've heard.
That's excellent news.
The bad news is that there's no sign of life anywhere, animal or otherwise, other than us and dear Truffle here.
Oh.
We're not
question,
going to
but
eat him.
I wasn't going to ask that.
We're not going to eat your friend.
Until we run out of rations. But until then, the sooner we find a civilization, the less that becomes an opportunity. So there is no time like the present. Perhaps we should just get a move on, and hopefully we'll run into either my cart or the people who stole it. And after that, my dagger will run into one of their throats. Shall we?
I suppose there's nothing else to do, but let's stay close.
Lillison is awkwardly rolling up her bedroll and, glancing at the whatever is holding up her tent with a bit of trepidation in her eyes.
Ari walks over and begins nimbly unspooling it. Here, those things are murder on the first time camper. I've got you.
Thank you so much.
It's no problem. I will say it's nice to have somebody who kind of, well, not a familiar face exactly, but you seem like you know what you're doing and you're pretty even-keeled, so I'm grateful you're with us. The others are nice, but also I wouldn't trust a lot of them immediately. From how they all talked about being criminals and thieves, it's a little worrying.
I am both flattered that you think that I know what I'm doing, and also perhaps you should keep your voice down.
Point taken. Sorry, not used to whispering. Yeah.
Can I roll a perception check, or is there a check I can do to see if I heard any of that?
What's your passive perception?
My passive is 11.
You did not hear it. You notice them murmuring to each other. Their voices a bit lowered, and Earthrendir lowering his to a bit closer to a whisper as you turned your head. But you didn't catch an exact, set of words from them.
Okay, yeah, I'll give them a bit of a glance, but I'm a bit more focused on trying to haul both a tent and this giant sack that I have with me, and it's very cumbersome.
Well, at any rate, let's get going. And
Yes. Thank you for your help. Do you need help with yours?
Oh no, I'm an old hand. This is not hard to do. And he pats his backpack kind of fondly. I had done this far too many times, actually. It's fine.
Well, if you have any tips to provide later, hopefully we won't need them for very long, but I would appreciate them.
I'm glad to. Yeah. Once we get out of this tree-blasted hellscape, then I will give you all the camping tips you have ever wanted. Let's just not camp here.
Yes.
It's all right. And Earthrendir stows the rest of his stuff and rejoins the rest of the group.
After a few minutes, tucking all her stuff away as best she can, Lillison will shoulder her pack again, settling it on her shoulders with a little wince, and rejoin the group as well.
Kiva's going to just shove her meager belongings back into her backpack, throw the cloak over her shoulders, and she's going to keep her scimitar unsheathed as they walk. She's sort of gripping it rhythmically again, a lot of pointed breathing and stuff as well.
Metron is dragging his stuff behind at the end of the party, trying to keep up.
Amity's following as well, and sort of goes up to Earthrendir. So you're quite knowledgeable, and you know a lot of folk tales and stuff. Does this? I have this like itching feeling at the back of my neck. Does this remind you of like any specific story?
Well, not really. There's quite a few tales of people being lost in impassable woods and then eventually being chased down by monsters and tortured and eaten, and generally the woods are described like this, but not like specifics, if that's what you're asking. This is just definitely that kind of place, though.
Yeah.
Where you'd expect to be a But we'll be fine. I'm sure.
As long as we all stick together.
Yeah, that'll make things better, definitely, when they start. Yes.
Can you all slow down? I'm sorry. You understand that I'm carrying at least 80 pounds worth of equipment here.
Do you need any help?
Kiva turns around. Do you want me to carry something for you?
No, darling. Just stay ahead. Keep your eyes out. Just remember that I don't have my cart anymore.
If you're moving slowly, then it benefits all of us to take some of this on. That way we move faster and you suffer less.
Perfect idea. And Metron will take up the large leather satch and toss it over to Erthrendir.
He visibly buckles under the weight. Ow! And reluctantly slings it over his shoulder. Let's go.
Here, I'll take some of that. I'm maybe a little stronger.
Thank you very much.
Metreon, the story you told last night was. Does this look or seem anything like what your friend was telling you?
Darling, that was it was a story. It was a yarn. It wasn't real. And if it was, this is not silvery wood. This is very different from silvery wood.
Call me superstitious, but you were the last one to tell a story last night.
Are you putting this on me?
Are you taking responsibility for it?
No. Why would I steal my own cart and then displace us into this weird, strange, mist-laden area? None of that makes sense.
We can't start suspecting each other, okay? We're in this together. We're friends. Let's just walk at a brisk pace, not start running.
Amity, I met y'all about a day ago. Friends is a bit strong.
Let's all just ease up, maybe quiet down, and just walk. All right? Kiva's gonna walk over next to Amity though, and sort of nudge her shoulder a little bit. You're fine, love. People are just a little on edge. I think you're a friend.
Amity is genuinely happy. Hi, thanks. I'm sure it'll all end up fine. And I guess we just briskly walk down the trail together.
As you make your way down, the trees around you creaking, the mist creeping its way across the ground, you see black pools of water that stand almost like dark mirrors in and around the muddy roadway. You can see giant trees looming on both sides of the road, their branches almost looking like they claw at the mist around you. You continue on for a number of minutes, 15, 20, a half hour goes by, and soon enough you pass beneath a tall, ancient tree, its bark splintered and worn with years of evident rot. Its neighbors creak and sway in the weight of a chill breeze, their branches crawling and snatching at the air around you through the weight of the breeze that pulls through them. And as the wind whispers through the trees, the underbrush rustles, and you abruptly realize that the back of your neck has been prickling with the uncomfortable sensation of being watched.
Yeah, this whole time Metreon's been looking very shiftily at the path behind them, as well as to the woods that are at their sides. He's very on edge right now and suspicious, kind of keeping an eye out for as much as he can for everything. Actually, would you mind if I rolled a perception check or to see if I see the source of whatever might be watching us?
Sure, make a perception check for me.
19.
Glancing around, you hear the sound of soft rustling coming from the underbrush of brambles, somewhat ahead of the trail and a bit to the right of you.
Oi. Everyone, just stop.
What is it?
And I don't say it, but I just point my finger in the direction I hear the rustling coming from.
Is it an animal? I could maybe ask it where we are.
Careful, love. Let's just give it a moment.
Can we roll perception to see if we can also see what he's looking at?
Once Metreon points it out, I'd say it's easily enough to see. like the direction in general. The bush does not appear to continue rustling, but from what you can tell, I mean, do not really investigate it. If you'd like to take a closer look, you're more than welcome to.
Earthrendir is going to look around at the others and then gingerly walk over to the direction that the rustling came from, unslinging his bow as he does. And then he peeks into the bush.
All right, you peer underneath the bush, glancing around for anything that might appear there, and for a moment you're disappointed. There doesn't appear to be anything there. Then, out of the corner of your eye, you see a cloud of mist curling lazily across the ground. Your gaze pulls toward it, and for a moment, the boiling mist seems to form something that almost seems like a leering face, staring you right in the eye, and then it vanishes.
Earthrendir yelps and stumbles backward, falling into a puddle.
What is it? Are you all right?
Yep, fine. Just got a little spooked. There's nothing there. No animals or anything. It probably ran off.
Something scared you. What was that?
It was just a trick of the light. I was looking at the mist, and it looked like it formed into a shape for a moment, and then it was gone. You know, mirages and stuff.
Or maybe it did form into a shape.
Don't give me that. We're nervous enough already. We have enough threats.
I'm just saying. I mean, I've never seen mist like this. I've never seen a forest this desolate. Maybe we're in a little bit over our heads, and I think it's safe enough to acknowledge that. Just don't try to look at the mist then too much.
What do you mean, in over our heads?
Well, this is clearly out of my wheelhouse. I mean, granted, I'm not an expert in these sort of things, but this seems a little bit intense and horrifying.
Well, I mean, if you're just gonna say it, then yeah. But still, I don't want us convinced that I don't want us, like, trying to deal with problems that don't exist. It'll be fine.
That's fair enough. Just don't go off alone again. Make sure you always have something to do.
Fair enough. Thank you. Let's go.
Very good. You continue along the road, walking and walking. It passes through the thick trees, their dead boughs waving lazily above your heads. An hour passes with no sign of civilization in sight. Then 2. A third hour passes, and naught but the sound of your muddy bootsteps squelching in the mud echoes through your ears and through the empty forest that surrounds you. A 4th hour passes, time seeming to slow, dripping like molasses with each passing second, as the mist stirs constantly in small, lazy clouds around your feet.
I don't want to, I mean, okay, this isn't spooky, but are we sure that this isn't like a circular trail, and we're just seeing the same trees over and over?
Maybe we can mark something?
I was wondering whether perhaps we should have taken this trail the other direction.
A road's gotta go somewhere, whichever direction you go on it. It doesn't really matter at this point.
Metreon hands Lillison his crumpled up tent and takes out a dagger. It's a pretty run-of-the-mill dagger. Doesn't look to be anything fancy. But he'll actually go over to one of the trees and just he's just exhausted right now, but he's just going to carve in an X into the bark of one of the trees off the path.
Excellent idea.
You peel back the bark, and the cold, almost bone-white flesh of the tree pokes forth as you peel away the outer skin. The X shines quite visibly in the dark gloom of the wood.
There. If we pass it again, then at that point we know that we've either died or we're trapped in hell. Maybe both.
You mean we're going... It's a circular trail?
One of the two.
I am quite sure the hells do not look like this, but
I would have expected to be beset by demons or devils or something.
At this point, I would welcome it. Let's just keep going. We need to find something or somebody. These woods cannot keep going as far as they're going, and if I don't find something soon, I'm not going to be happy.
So we keep walking then, and Kiva's just gonna continue down the road.
Metran is going to follow, leaving his stuff with the others.
Lillison is going to kind of shift Metrion's tent material in her arms so it's not like covering half her face. Just shake her head and continue as well.
Earthendeer does the same, but not before taking out the sending stone again and looking quizzically at it. And then he shrugs, stows it back in his pocket, stows it back, and keeps walking.
You continue on the old dirt road, passing between the trees, minutes continuing to pass as you keep your eyes peeled and your steps brisk. Another half hour passes, and as you reach the 5th hour mark, you see the trees begin to part as the fog spills out of the forest to swallow up the road behind you. For you see ahead, jutting from the impenetrable woods on both sides of the road, you see something new. High stone buttresses, looming gray in the fog. You see huge iron gates that hang on the stonework there, dew clinging with cold tenacity to the rusted bars. You see 2 headless statues of armed guardians flanking the gate, their heads now lying among the weeds at their feet. They and the gate greet you only with silence.
Well, this is foreboding.
I think it's encouraging. It shows that there are people around here, or perhaps were at one point.
Well, the torches are lit. That presumes some sort of inhabitants.
Amity yells out, "Is anyone there?"
Your voice is muffled. There's not even an echo as your shout is swallowed by the fog.
Kiva's going to cautiously approach the gates and see if they're open or not.
The gates appear to be closed, but as you approach within a dozen yards or so, the gates slowly swing open, groaning and shrieking with the weight of years as rust flakes off of them and falls to the ground, the hinges screeching as they move open. Before you, the road ahead continues through the woods.
Kiva's going to turn back and say, all right, do we go forward?
Who opened those gates?
Is there someone in there? No, we would have heard a crank turning.
Yeah, Kiva's gonna step back from the gates a little bit. I'm not sure I like this too much, I must admit.
Go ahead.
I would like to take back my observation that this might be encouraging. That sounded like those gates haven't moved in centuries.
Well,
DM.
Go ahead.
DM, do I still feel like we're being watched the same way that we were on the road?
It's faded. You don't feel like you're being actively watched. You just feel a general sense of discomfort. Your skin feeling a bit too tight, a constant prickling on the back of your neck. Your senses are on all alert. It's hard to tell if it's a matter of the unfamiliar environment or something of true concern.
Yeah. Earthendeer is going to walk up to the gates, kind of peering up at these statues rather inquisitively. And he's going to see if he can get a read on how long ago these were carved, by like the decay of the stonework, by the styling, anything he can figure out.
I would say make your choice of an investigation or history check.
Good stuff. That would be an 8.
All right, glancing over them, it's difficult to tell. The moisture that clings to them makes it unclear how long it might have been. The environment makes it a little tough. It could have been. It's certainly not decades, but glancing over them, they seem very old, centuries at least.
Whatever this place is, it's been here a long, long time. It doesn't look like anything I recognize, although I might just be tired, but I think we're... You know when we said earlier we shouldn't panic? I think we should start to, a little bit.
Oh, good. I've been panicking this entire time. I thought it was just me.
I guess we've just got to catch up.
Walking under those two sort of 100-foot tall halberds is bad luck, so I'm going to maybe go around. And Amity takes a wide path around the feet of one of the statues to get to the gate.
It's a very specific superstition, love.
It's sort of a general thing. How do you suggest we panic?
Respectfully?
Together. If we're together, we face better than if we were alone, so take comfort in that. But we do need to decide whether or not we're going to go in or try to find some other place to go.
Well, if we're panicking together, then I'll share that if we don't find civilization, we're probably going to starve.
Well, maybe we just go past these gates, and how wide can this wall go? I mean, if we don't like it, I'm sure we can find an exit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, woods can be enormous, continent spanning some places, but probably not here. We'll be fine.
Thank you for the vote of reassurance there.
I'm sorry if you wanted reassurance. Maybe you should have talked to the lady with the fairy tales.
Fair enough. Shall we, Kiva?
Yeah, let's go.
Fairy tales don't always have good endings exactly.
Lilith is just gonna walk forward through the gates.
Well, let's throw caution to the wind then, yes?
All right.
Earthendeer
Forward we go.
Yep.
The group of you passes forward through the gates. As you do, Truffle glancing fearfully up at the high halberds that shadow the space over you as Amity squeezes her way behind the leg of one of the large statues and passes beneath the buttresses. As you make your way away from the gates, a few dozen yards away, you hear a faint creaking behind you that accelerates into a squealing groan, and with a slam, the gates shut tight behind you.
Metreon rushes over to the gates to see if there's any kind of mechanism, or to see just to see if there's any reason why those shut, and if
Kiva follows.
If there's any way to force them back open, just in case.
Glancing toward the gates, they do appear to be quite heavy. It's possible that you might be able to push them open. But as you look beyond you can see the fog spilling out of the forest until you can scarcely see 5 feet beyond the edges of the iron bars.
Does it seem like the mist is immediately creeping? Almost like...
It's a slow transition. It was already thicker by the time you returned, but by the time you finished testing out the weight of the gate and realizing that, yes, it probably should be possible to open it with enough elbow grease, the space beyond in the forest you were traveling through prior is nearly all but obscured.
Metreon is gonna quickly back away, and his eyes are just wide with tension. There's something out there. I don't know what, but something. This doesn't feel right.
Maybe it's better that. Look, maybe it's better that we're on this side of the gate now. We should keep going, and away from whatever that fog is.
Yeah, and that's why the gate decided to suddenly slam shut, because we're on the better side of it now.
Right, love.
Can someone help me push this thing open?
I'm not opening that right now.
I'll try.
Just to make sure it can open. We can close it again right after.
Does his best, although he is visibly straining.
It takes a bit of a while, but the two of you together, straining and pushing for a good 30 seconds or so, manage to hear eventually the familiar shrieking whine of the hinges as the gate is pushed open once again, more of the rust flaking and popping off and protesting as the metal almost feels like it's resisting your push, but eventually it opens. The road before you lying forth once more, save for where it disappears into the thick, opaque wall of fog.
Right, now that we know it can open, can we keep going?
Yeah, Amity closes the gate and continues traveling with the rest of them. What's ahead? What's ahead of us?
Ahead of you, you see more trees, a bit thicker, in fact, than the other, but the road continuing on through them away from the gate and into the dark woods ahead. Would you like to continue forward?
Yes, please.
Let's go.
You continue on into the forest, the sound of your boots the only sound in this near silent forest. You see around you towering trees, whose tops are lost in what seem to be a heavy gray mist that blocks out all but a death gray light. The tree trunks are unnaturally close to one another, and the woods have the silence of a forgotten grave, yet exude the feeling of an unvoiced scream. Lillison and Kiva, you catch the scent of death on the air.
Can Kiva sort of try to surmise if it's like a body nearby, or is it just sort of a general creeping death smell?
It seems to emanate from a certain side of the trail. Following your nose, it seems to come from a bit off the beaten path to the left-hand side, vanishing behind a large tree. If you'd like to follow it, you certainly can try to find the source.
I'm going to go look for something. I don't think it's going to be good, whatever I find, but just fair warning, if someone wants to come with me, that would be appreciated.
What are you looking for?
It
Do you
smells
smell
like
that?
someone died.
That's reassuring. If we just leave well enough alone, yeah?
They...
I'd like to know if the same fate is going to befall us and see at least what's going on. I'd like to go look. If no one wants to come with me, that's fine. Just if I'm not back in 30 seconds.
I'll go with you.
Thank you. Listen.
It's never a good idea to check these things out in stories.
Well, we're not in a story.
I'm not entirely convinced that's true at this point. But yeah, good luck. We'll be waiting.
All right, shall we?
Let's go.
With that, you pass through the underbrush, leaving the road behind, and as you move, Kiva and Lillison, your eyes catch what seems to be, in several places along the underbrush as you go, small branches that have been broken, the tops of small bushes that appear to be stained with bits of dried crimson. And as you pass forward ahead, you hear the sound quietly at first, then growing steadily louder, of flies buzzing in the undergrowth.
Ugh.
Kiva's going to cover her face with her cloak and sort of continue to poke forward with her scimitar out.
Lillison is... Sorry. Lillison is going to cover her face with part of Metrion's tent and say, muffled through it, "Do you think Amity can talk to flies?"
Well, she can talk to that pig, or at least communicate somehow. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Kiva, as she gets closer, is just trying not to vomit with the smell.
do flies have like minds enough to communicate, or would this be restricted to beasts like from squirrels to cows?
You're. I'll just say this now. I don't believe you're with them, but just for your edification, Amity may have tried to communicate with insects in the past, but they don't really have enough presence of mind to communicate any meaningful information. So, with that, Kiva and Lillison continue on following the stench, and eventually the foul stench leads you to a human corpse, half buried in the underbrush about 15 feet from the road. It's a young man, and he appears to be a commoner. His muddy clothes are torn and raked with claw marks, and it seems that crows have been at the body, which is surrounded by paw prints. The corpse has obviously been dead for several days, and appears to hold something in one hand, a crumpled envelope.
Is everything all right over there?
It seems to be someone who's attacked by an animal. Kiva's going to bend down and grab the note and try to look at it.
Of course, and if you will check your items tab in Foundry, and check the handouts folder, you should see Kolyan Indirovich's letter, if you'd like to read that out.
Lillison, should we go back to the group first?
Yes, please. This is... I would like to not have this smell in my nostrils.
Alright, so once we're back at the group, Kiva will explain what she saw and then read out the letter, which is as follows. Hail to thee of might and valor. I, the Burgomaster of Barovia, send you honor with despair. My adopted daughter, the fair Irina Kolyana, has been these past nights bitten by a vampire. For over 400 years, this creature has drained the lifeblood of my people. Now my dear Irina languishes and dies from an unholy wound caused by this vile beast. He has become too powerful to conquer. So I say to you, give us up for dead and encircle this land with the symbols of good. Let holy man call upon their power that the devil may be contained within the walls of weeping Barovia. Leave our sorrows to our graves and save the world from this evil fate of ours. There is much wealth entrapped in this community. Return for your reward after we are all departed for a better life. Kolyan Indirovich, Burgomaster.
Vampire?
That's what I'm stuck on.
DM, how much, or if at all, have either Metreon or any one of us heard of vampirism or vampires?
I would say, if you would like to, you may make an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm not going to
I'd like to do that for sure.
I would as well.
That's an 8 for Metreon.
Is that just one person or anyone who wants to?
I'd say anyone who wants to, who heard the note.
That's a 7 for Kiva, so we're not doing great.
Ooh, bit better for Earthendeer. That's a 20.
9 from me.
And 15 here, but Earthendeer would know the most, I guess.
Of course, and Amity and Earthendeer, the two of you know that vampires are creatures of darkness. They are humanoid and were humanoid once, but have since become something far less. They hunger for the life that they lost and sate that hunger by drinking the blood of the living. Earthendeer, you know that vampires abhor sunlight, its touch burning them, and that you can recognize them by the fact that they never cast shadows or reflections.
Oh, that is, well, they're a monster of sorts, I suppose. They drink people's blood, and they live at night, and because the sunlight, they don't like it, and oh my god, we're all going to die.
No. So it says the vampire's only within the walls of Weeping Barovia. Like that big wall. Do you think within the walls is this side of it or the other side? Because I think we should be on whichever side that isn't.
I think where this note is, where the body was, we might unfortunately be inside the walls of Weeping Barovia.
And have any of you ever heard of Weeping Barovia? Because I can't for the life of me recall.
I've never heard of a place like this, or to be honest, a vampire before, so this is all quite shocking.
I'll think back, but the name doesn't sound familiar. This is so I suppose we kind of have a choice now, don't we? We turn around, get out of the walls, and pray we make it to civilization before our food stocks run out, or head further in, get some supplies, and bug out as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Kiva and Lillison, you said that the body you found was attacked by animals.
Yes, there were paw prints all around it. And for what it's worth, my vote would be to go further in. We know now that there are people here, which I was beginning to doubt very severely. And as you said, we could get more supplies once we found people. And I mean, it's not like the road out is going to disappear.
Metron looks back through the gates and sees that the road behind them is just now covered in opaque fog. No, of course not.
All right, but look, vampires are creatures of the night, okay? And fortunately, it's day right now. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna get some supplies for a long journey. Maybe get a map, know where we are, so we can get to Neverwinter on time. And then turn around. And, you know, even if we don't find supplies, I want to be on the other side of that wall before night.
I think that's
Sure,
fair.
love. I think that's completely reasonable.
Should also probably get moving if whatever attacked your friend over there is still wandering about in these woods. I, for one, don't want to meet that.
Will, you said it looked like. Did you see what kind? Did you see like if it was claw marks or bites or
Large claw marks in the middle of his body. It was quite a sight.
Huh. Well, we should be all right. There's very few predators that'll attack people traveling in a group. They're not stupid, so we should be fine as long as we stick close.
All the same, I don't want to test the theory.
I mean, it's hardly a theory. It's established science, but
Can
I
we
take
move?
All right, can we
please?
stop bickering and just keep going? Yeah?
Sure, let's move.
You continue on, leaving the stench of death behind, passing further down on the dark, claustrophobic road. You're not traveling for long, though. Perhaps 15 minutes go by before you come to yet another place where the woods part, and this time, there's a clearer sight ahead. The woods part at an elevated hilltop, revealing a silent overlook that looks down upon a small, lonely village clouded with fog. A river that flows as clear as a blue winter sky through the valley beside it. And up above, looking down upon them, lurking like a great, twisted giant, a dark castle that perches atop a mountain's peak, leering down over the small, quiet village below. And that is where we will pause for the moment. So, with that, we'll pick this back up after a quick 15-minute break. Until then, to all in the audience, enjoy some of the content and messages from our excellent D&D community. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Jep Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week we are talking to Dragna Carta, the creator of Curse of Strahd Reloaded, and the Dungeon Master of Twice Bitten, about the origins of the Rules as Written Curse of Strahd stream and its future. What is Twice Bitten and how did it come about?
Twice Bitten as a campaign is a 100% rules as written run through of Curse of Strahd. It'll be DM'd by myself and played by 5 current and or former Curse of Strahd DMs: Serena, Jack Officer, Linus, Kaya, and Twy. The only changes to canon we're using are strictly mechanical, just a few personal house rules about potions, drinking as a bonus action, that sort of thing. We're also including, just to test it out, the lingering injuries house rule from the Dungeon Master's Guide, which, if you're not familiar with it, basically means if you go down to 0 hit points, you have to check to see if you take a lingering injury, which might have longer term consequences. But otherwise, we're just going strictly by the text of Curse of Strahd, no changes.
Why run rules as written?
The whole idea, funnily enough, it started as a hot take at like 1 a.m. in the Curse of Strahd Discord server. Just that Curse of Strahd as a module is absolutely not meant to be played by a group of regular adventurers, the kind that you'd see in The Lost Mine of Phandelver, or Tomb of Annihilation, or Storm King's Thunder. Instead, vanilla, unchanged Curse of Strahd both makes the most sense and is at its narrative strongest when it's played entirely by a party of non-adventurers. Personally speaking, I feel like this is supported by the fact that rules as written, Curse of Strahd is incredibly freaking deadly. Like, if you're the kind of player who wants to poke stuff with a stick, wander off the map, get into fights, and kind of be the kind of jerk who calls themselves an adventurer, you're probably going to have a bad time, and you're probably TPK. Either by Strahd or by one of the dozens and dozens of really freaking deadly minions around Barovia. So I feel that Curse of Strahd itself is stronger when played with an alternate perspective.
What specifically sets these non-adventurers apart from regular player characters?
When we put this together and when I recruited the players for this, I sent around a Session 0 document with, the usual stuff like, here's what house rules we're using, here's what the themes of the campaign will be, some of the content warnings. But I also included a specific character creation section that had these bullet points. First, you are not adventurers. You are level 1 characters with mundane goals or purposes who are traveling together by chance or by companionship. Second, you are not heroes. You might be friendly, you might even be altruistic, but you're not the kind of person who's going to go off and proudly slay dragons. That might come later, but for now, you're not. And finally, you're not a warrior. You might be martially trained, you might be able to defend yourself, but you're the kind of person who knows that a fight can maim you, a beast can kill you, and a monster is something you don't even want to mess with. So this is the kind of party that's not afraid to work tactically, to think before jumping into the fray, and even retreat if things get too dicey, which things in Curse of Strahd often do and will.
Okay, but why make these changes at all?
A lot of this comes from the epilogue of Curse of Strahd as a module, as written in the text. And I don't want to get into specifics or spoilers too much, but suffice it to say that the as-written epilogue can feel unfulfilling to a lot of parties, especially if you use a very specific popular adventure hook to start the adventure off. However, my hot take was that if the focus of the adventure doesn't lie on Strahd's destruction, but instead the characters escaping from Barovia, the adventure becomes a lot more interesting, because instead of kill Strahd, the adventure becomes try to escape from Barovia, and in the course of doing so, become heroes that are capable of killing Strahd. And this is necessary for a lot of reasons, such as the cosmology of Barovia, what happens if you kill Strahd, and so on. But because of this focus, the narrative arc doesn't focus on how Strahd is killed, if he is killed at all, of course. Instead, it's about the growth and the maturation of the PCs as they progress through the horrors of Barovia, by their wits, by their bonds with each other. It's a matter of, becoming the heroes they were always meant to be. It's kind of like, if you've read The Phantom Tollbooth, a favorite chapter book of mine from when I was a kid, the focus is not about saving the land. It's about becoming the kind of person who can save the land. And I feel like that makes for a much stronger story, especially given how Rules as Written Curse of Strahd is laid out and arranged. And ultimately, hopefully, will be a lot more conducive to the kind of campaign that I personally like to run, which is a very character-driven rather than plot-driven kind of story.
What do you, as players and the Dungeon Master, expect?
So I think that for us, both for me and for the players, the campaign serves a few different purposes. And I do want to preface this by, reminding that all the players and myself, we've already run Curse of Strahd. Some of us have played it. We know the module pretty well, so this is not necessarily new ground. But first, it's a way for us to test my hot take. Is Curse of Strahd truly a more interesting and narratively satisfying adventure if it's played by non-adventurers? Just seeing where that takes us and if it actually does work. Because hot takes can be wrong, and by testing it, we'll find out. Secondly, it's a way to test and explore how robust Rules as Written Curse of Strahd is. Almost nobody runs Curse of Strahd without any changes. And in fact, Chris Perkins and Wizards often remind people, Rule 0, the DM can change whatever they want. And it's almost unheard of on the subreddit for anyone to run Curse of Strahd without making a number of changes, especially those that are made by some of the more popular community guides. So this leads to another question, which is it possible to run an enjoyable, engaging Curse of Strahd campaign without making any departures from the text? What might that campaign look like? When it comes to this community of the Reddit Curse of Strahd community, what assumptions have you made about the story of the module that might not be supported in the text? Secondly, how much of the module's original content is scaffolding for core concepts? And, if removing those, it really damages the enjoyability of the campaign versus, how much of the original content is easily changed or removed. It's just chaff. And then finally, we're DMs. We almost never get to play. And when we do, no offense to players, we're almost never in a kind of group that likes to role play or tell stories as much as we do. So this is definitely a shameless opportunity to actually have the kind of game that we would love to play and run simultaneously.
And what should we, the viewers, expect from Twice Bitten?
I think that whether you're a DM or a player or a little bit of both, you'll take different things from this, though I do think that some of these takeaways might overlap. First off, if you're a DM, you might take away some lessons about Wizards of the Coast's writing style and 5e's overall module design. Especially if you're a Curse of Strahd DM, you can see some takeaways about how this adventure is constructed and know how the pieces fit together and why some of these aspects might be necessary in actual real play that might not be so apparent when you're just reading through a 300-something page book. If you're a player, you might get a chance to see what a yes and improvised, collaborative, character-driven style of roleplay might look like, especially given that this is a game of non-experts. We respect Critical Role and similar games, but nobody here is a professional author or professional voice actor. Only one of our players, Serena, has any expertise in the theater industry. We're just a bunch of regular people who love D&D, and hopefully we can bring that through in our gameplay. So, yes, we've read the module, we know what to expect largely, but Curse of Strahd is a very sandboxy adventure, and I have no idea where we'll be 3 sessions from now, let alone at the end of the campaign. This could be an opportunity for players to, see how other players might develop and express themselves through the characters that they make and might explore those characters through an improvised, collaborative style of roleplay as opposed to the traditional style of roleplay that's very common in other games. And finally, hopefully it'll just be a fun ride and a fun show. I'm surprised that this dumb little hot take from 1am, a few months back has become an actual project, and I'm really grateful to everyone who's been so interested in it, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
If you think your hometown has problems, you haven't spent nearly enough time in the village of Barovia.
Over the years, their taste for human flesh had only grown.
The vampire spawn,
The undead cult, the werewolf den.
I just think we can do a little better here.
Grab our shovels and we're going to add some depth to help you run your best
Curse of Strahd.
Strahd possible. You're welcome.
He flies into a fit of rage that is unparalleled.
There's child abuse galore through this thing. He's been nailed to the wall with very long iron spikes, and I imagine it's been a very uncomfortable time for him.
You see, in tracking a monster, one always needs proper bait.
wraps, it around his head as another smaller handheld slowly floats toward him and wraps its way around the top of his skull as he wraps the towel around his waist. Oh, this is. Oh, I won't be on your way. Please let me step away, and if there's anything that you need from me, I will be right outside.
Much obliged.
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, the buttermilk upgrade. Oh my, I'll be stunning. And he slips out to the door, still happily navigating to himself, leaving you alone in the chamber. As you do, you notice you hear a door opening and closing, and in stumble Thusmeralda, Bajilka, and Irorna. As the door closes, and you hear the sound of the gala abruptly protrude and then fade as the door slams shut.
Hello. We have to mix butter with milk. Why would you... Can you do that?
Put butter in milk? Why not?
I suppose so.
Those are two of the fundamental ingredients that go into a roux.
A roux? I don't know what that is.
You have to make sure not to burn the flour.
I know, I ruined a bechamel sauce by burning the flour.
You guys cook? You can do that? We just have a little fire under the igloo. We can't do sauces and all that.
My
Good
son
gracious,
Well,
is
maybe
always
as the
hungry.
Burgermeister, we have a full kitchen.
Can you show me that? I'd like to try that cooked food. Oh my.
Yeah, sure. Come over whenever you want, except at night, because that's when all the creatures start calling. But in the morning is good. Mornings are best.
I wake up at like 3 p.m. We'll work something out. But yeah, how'd y'all's mission go?
Bajilka leans over the bathtub and starts to lap up some of the milk.
Bajilka got honey, and we made friends with some flaming skulls, and the press passes, Father, that you designed, perfectly legit. They worked like a charm.
Good.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Thank you to everyone who provided spots for our break. If anyone's curious, we're not officially, financially sponsored or anything, but we are happy to feature any, Curse of Strahd or D&D creatives and, small content producers. So thank you to those who supported us this week, and we'll be glad to continue doing our part to promote small D&D creators and RPG creators going forward. Just a quick few announcements before we get back to the game. Just for starters, for our platform, a quick shout out to our the platform that we're using, which is Foundry Virtual Tabletop. I believe we had the creator in the chat briefly. It is a fantastic program. As someone who switched over from another online virtual tabletop recently, it is absolutely excellent, and they've been very, very supportive of this campaign, as well as the great community that they have in their Discord as well. In terms of technical issues that I've been facing and putting everything together, it's been excellent, and I encourage everyone to check that out. Also, a quick shout out to our producer, Jeplukas, also the head mod in the Curse of Strahd subreddit. He has not been visible or audio during the time of this stream, but he has been doing hard work behind the scenes, editing together video, reaching out to contacts of his to make all of the assets possible, and generally just being incredibly important and critical infrastructure in this project. So big shout out to him. Otherwise, before we get started with the stream, just wanted to give some other shout outs. Kai, if you don't mind giving some quick mentions of the music credits that we're using today.
Yes, thank you very much for all of the game companies and independent music writers who have graciously allowed us to use their music. We are, in very quick order, we are happy to be using music from Amnesia Dark Descent, music by Miko Tarmia and Frictional Games, Darkest Dungeon by Stuart Chatwood for Red Hook Studios, Stardew Valley, music by Concerned Ape, The Witcher 2, The Witcher 3, and the expansion to The Witcher 3, which is not coming to my mind right now, by Marcin Pshivoich and CD Projekt Red. Other music by Scott Buckley, Frederick Chopin, Cryo Chamber, Kevin MacLeod, Midnight Syndicate, and Sword Coast Soundscapes. Thank you so much. Our stream sounds so much better for your hard work.
Absolutely. They've been absolutely incredible. Shout out to all of them. And especially Kevin MacLeod, who is pretty widely known, if you're a DM, as the saving grace of royalty-free D&D music everywhere. So big credit to him. Otherwise, Jack, do you want to quickly cover who produced some of the art assets that we're using today?
Absolutely. Yeah. So for those of you who have been marveling at how beautifully rendered our characters are, that is thanks to RuneSale. They could be found on ArtStation, Twitter, and Instagram, I believe. But amazing artists. We're so glad to be able to have their work representing us. The animated backgrounds of Barovia, you saw them in the opening credits, which were they were made by James RPG Art, very well known. You can get them. I believe it's through his Gumroad or his Patreon.
It's Patreon, yes.
Patreon, yeah.
They're
His
very
Patreon.
affordable too.
So yeah, definitely check his work out. He has been a pillar of the content creation within the kind of Curse of Strahd community. We also have battle maps from Mike Shelley, Afternoon Maps, and Neutral Party. So you all have that to look forward to.
So thank you, Jack. And well, I want to ask you to mention it, but Jack, as mentioned, has been putting together a boatload of our art assets. The overlay you're looking at now, a number of promotional materials. He put together the graphics for the character intros, and it's just been absolutely excellent. So big shout out to Jack. Otherwise, I guess finally, just to wrap up the announcements before we get back to the stream, Serena, do you mind giving us a quick roundup of some social media communication stuff so everyone's aware?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys like what you have seen, you can follow us on Twitter at TwiceBittenCOS. You can also sign up for the Twice Bitten role in our r/Curse of Strahd Discord server for more updates. And remember to post and get all of your fun Curse of Strahd resources from the Reddit r/Curse of Strahd. And you can also email us twicebittencos@gmail.com. We will be accepting art submissions, any other ad ideas and stuff like that. Feel free to email us. All of those links will be down below. I feel like I'm talking like a YouTuber. Thank you guys so much.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
Thank you guys for supporting us so far. We have a really, truly lovely social media community, and we're so thrilled.
Absolutely. And big credit and shout out to Serena for making that happen. So with that, I think that's all we've got, unless anyone has anything else to add.
I'm scared.
Perfect. I hope you are. With that, let's get back to business and return to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. And so you find yourselves standing at an elevated hilltop, looking down over the small, lonely village, the dark castle towering above it, lurking upon the mountaintop on which it rests, the forests ringing the edges of the valley, the cliff tops towering overhead, and the small, lonely river winding through the valley.
You return to your steps to the edge of the sort of hill that we're standing on and just puts on the pair of glasses he has hanging over his neck and squints at the vista, and then turns back to the others. It's beautiful.
More importantly, it seems to be occupied, at least the town below. Well, I don't know about any of you. I could go for something warm and not covered in fog.
I entirely agree.
Yep. Let's hope they take our money.
Why
I've
wouldn't
never
they?
been anywhere that's been a problem.
Well, there are some countries that have currencies of their own that don't really place the same importance. Let's just... You didn't ask. Let's keep moving.
I would love to hear more.
Oh, gladly. Well, let's talk and walk then. Well, you see, some countries like to use polished stones with a hole bored in the middle, and this continues for quite some time.
Lillison is genuinely interested.
Metreon is walking up further away from them and closer to Kiva.
You don't want to listen to the coin lecture?
I mean, I love coin. I just don't need to know its history.
I'm much quieter company, so you'll be fine.
I just hope one of these places sells a nice bottle of wine. Mine is out.
Sorry about that.
No, wine is meant to be drunk, and so am I. So let's carry on.
You continue forward on the dirt road. Was someone about to say something?
At some point when the coin lecture, if the coin lecture ends, I should say, I'd like to ask Erthrindir. So speaking of polished stone and all, do you have any idea when you're going to be gotten back to with the sending thing?
He looks genuinely troubled. She normally responds literally within the minute. This is very unusual.
You said this wasn't the usual time, though.
Yeah, no, we usually exchange messages at night before we go to bed. So, maybe she'll respond back then. That's definitely it. And if not, then, well, she might be out patrolling or something, and it's fine. It'll all be fine, but thank you for asking. I hope she's okay. With our job, she might have run into trouble.
Who is this she you're talking about?
I'm sorry. Her name is Meryl. I met her about 15 years back when I joined the Ranger Corps. She's a really, really cool person. She's a historian like me, except I'm more of a cultural person. She loves architecture and buildings. If you had seen her at those gates, then we would not have left for 3 hours, as she loudly opined about how this place was built and the brickwork and the structure, and he kind of stares off into the distance with a smile on his face. She's my best friend.
She sounds like a fascinating person.
Yeah, I think you two would get along. I tell you what, if we're going the same direction, why don't I introduce y'all?
Oh, I would like that very much.
Gladly. But yeah, to actually answer your question, we'll probably hear from her tonight.
She sounds lovely. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Thanks. And how are you holding up? You've been pretty quiet. I know this is a lot, and we were joking about the pig. We're not gonna touch her or him.
Him. But yeah, no. Now that there's a town that's civilization. We're going to find food. Everything's going to be absolutely fine. So yeah, no, I'm fine now.
I'm glad to hear that. Just yeah. We'll get some gold and be right out of here quicker than you can blink.
I just hope we get to Neverwinter on time.
I doubt it.
I suspected that has passed, but you are a city girl like me, right?
I actually come from a pretty small village. I've gone to big cities once or twice.
Oh, well. I don't know. Some of, I mean, Earthrendir, I assume that you feel at least somewhat at home in the wilderness, and Kiva seems to have no problem with it, but I just feel so much better when I have walls around me.
Oh, no, I feel that. I like cities more, honestly, especially from forests. Forests are the worst.
Really?
Yeah, no, they're awful. They're oppressive. You can't see the sky. It's, ugh, like the worst type of terrain, bar none.
At this point, while they're talking, DM, I'd like to, and I could do a check for it if you like. But I'm gonna actually, if there's time, I'd like to sneak off the road and like find something that's maybe a bit shaded, like an area that's maybe a bit shaded. And there's been a satchel that I've been carrying that's been like strapped around my chest that's underneath my coat, and I'd like to go through some of my disguise kit stuff and start applying some base makeup, as well as running some black shoe polish through my hair to just kind of darken it up.
So you're not able to find a shaded area as such, but there is a bit of an area off the side with a bit of a large gray boulder sticking out of it just beneath a tall, gnarled, dead tree. There's a single raven perched atop it, but then caws and flies off scattering into the air as you approach and settle down.
Okay. Yeah, I won't pay it too much attention. It does unsettle me a little bit, but I'm just more focused on trying to get myself presentable for this new area.
Sure, and what do the majority of those changes look like? Is it mostly just,
Yeah, so he's gonna lighten up his face and cover his neck with kind of a tan complexion colored base makeup, and then he's gonna take like this black shoe polish that he runs through his hair to kind of darken it up.
All right, I'd say it's fairly doable, but given your time and experience with it, probably takes anywhere from perhaps 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's super quick. He's not going like full disguise. He's just trying to like make himself look more more humanoid from a distance.
All right, I'd say you can get that done pretty quickly and rejoin the group.
Okay. And yeah, when he comes back, the rest of you see that he's pulled his hood up, and that his hair is now kind of this dark grayish color, and that his skin is now this one shade of like tan.
It looks quite nice, but I do have to say I like it better the other way.
Thank you, love. Just as a precaution, this is a new village, and our kind, and he motions back at Amity, can be looked upon unfavorably in some areas.
That's right. I forgot.
Amity, here. Kiva's going to hand her cloak over to Amity and say, maybe you should cover yourself a little bit.
Amity refuses. No. My mother built up a reputation in our village for tieflings being good people, and I can build that up too. I just have to get a strong opening.
Suit yourself, love, but just be on the lookout then.
Stay close to me then, okay?
Sure. I mean, of course.
And yeah, we'll keep walking into town.
All right, and so you keep on. The village is not overly far away now, and it's in the distance, slowly becoming closer with each step you take. It takes perhaps 30 to 45 minutes of further travel to make your way forward, and in that time, the dirt road turns to gravel, becoming rockier in places and crunching beneath your feet as you continue on the path into the valley. And soon enough, you find that the gravel road leads into the village. Its tall houses as dark as tombstones. You see, nestled among these solemn dwellings appear to be a handful of closed-up shops. Even the tavern, you see, appears to be shut tight. And as you make your way into its dark streets, a soft whimpering draws your eye toward a pair of children standing in the middle of an otherwise lifeless street.
From this distance, do we get like a? Are they just standing there? Or are they like wandering around? Like what's their vibe?
They appear to be standing just beside, a bit away to the road, aside from a larger house. The girl appears to be a bit older, the boy a bit younger. The young boy appears to be weeping, clutching what seems to be a stuffed doll of some kind. The girl appears to be hushing and patting him on the shoulder, kind of leaning in and murmuring quietly to him. But of course, you can't hear it from this distance.
Here's a
Kiva-
question. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, DM. What would I roll? Would it be insight to see if they look well-to-do? Like,
This would be, I would say, just glancing over them. They seem to be wearing reasonably good quality clothes, a bit faded, but certainly not peasants or commoners' clothes. They appear to be reasonably well put together. And the house they're standing in front of appears to be, well, glancing over the house itself, it seems to be a tall brick row house that has seen better days. Its windows are dark and it has a gated portico on the ground floor, and you see a rusty gate that's slightly ajar. You can see on either side of it that the houses are abandoned, their windows and doors boarded up, but this house appears to be of, if not new make, at the very least of reasonably good taste, or at least at one point was.
so I could reasonably like come to the conclusion, kind of based on the other structures in the area, that they might be a little bit more well off than some of the other houses in the area.
Certainly possible.
Okay.
When Kiva recognizes the crying, she sort of visibly stiffens and takes a few steps backwards, sort of pushing past Amity and Metreon to sort of behind the group a little bit.
Lillison also kind of just stops where she is.
Earthendeer kind of looks back at the others, recognizing the sort of vibe shift, and y'all, they're kids. They're not gonna bite.
I know. Maybe somebody else should go talk to them.
Oh.
Yes, perhaps. And Metreon, his interest piqued by the grander house and the nicer dress that they seem to be in, is actually going to go ahead and approach.
All right, as you make your way toward them, you can see that the boy's sobs quiet a bit. The girl continuing to shush him and then squeezing a hand around his shoulder and turning to you. Her eyes widen at the sight of you, and she turns and points to the tall house that you'd noticed earlier. There's a monster in our house.
Oh, that sounds terrible, love. Are your mommy and daddy home?
They I think they are. But I haven't seen mother or father at all. We wanted to get away from the monster. We don't know what's happened to them.
Oh, monster, you say? And he'll kneel down and get to eye level with the kids. What kind of monsters then? Yeah.
We don't. Then the boy sobs. It's so loud. I don't like it. The girl shushes him. We haven't seen it. We've heard its howls. It's so terrible. It's like a beast. Please, we don't know what happened to our parents.
Metreon's initial greed starts to kind of turn to concern again, remembering the claw marks that had ravaged the body that Kiva and Lilith had found along the path. Do you mind just for a moment? I'm going to just talk to my friends over here. Stay here.
Yes,
Keep
of
calm.
course.
Keep calm, all right?
Yes, I'll keep Thorn calm. Thank you.
Thorn, you said your name was. What? You said his name was. What is your name, darling?
Oh, yes. My name is Rose, short for Rosevalda. And yes, it's my little brother Thorn.
It's a beautiful name, both of you, beautiful names. Listen, I'm going to go talk to my companions for just a moment, but you all stay here, right?
Yes, of course, mister. We'll wait for you. Thank you.
He'll smile, showing his fangs, and he'll head back over to the others. Well, that was strange.
What'd they say?
Well, that very expensive-looking house is apparently occupied by monsters. Their parents may or may not be inside.
Do they not
And
have anyone
they
to. Do they not have any friends or other people in town that they can go to?
I did not ask them. They did not mention. They only expressed their concerns, and quite frankly, given what we've encountered this morning, and he'll look back at the house, and there's this like visible struggle of him wanting to go in out of like curiosity and almost greed, and then turns back with this expression of, "Oh wait, we don't know where we are." Um,
I was about to say.
Did they tell
We-
you whether we are within or without Barovia?
I again do not ask. They did not tell. I can relay any questions or concerns that you all have.
Wait, one moment. We don't have time for this.
I'm inclined to agree. However, and Metreon turns back again and just looks at the house and is kind of like writhing in his skin almost.
All right, I'm going to go ask them. Okay.
Can I go with you?
Yeah,
yeah.
same. Yeah.
Amity approaches the two children, should there be no objections, giving a wide wave as her long tail sort of wags to the side behind her. Hello, my name's Amity.
I'm Kiva.
The children look up at you, Rose giving you a firm nod, seeming a bit more put together than before. Good to meet you. The other man said you might be able to help us with the monster.
We just need a little bit of information first, if you don't mind. We're new here. Can you tell us where we are?
This is Barovia, the village of Barovia. And this is our home, or at least till the monster came.
And do you, or maybe did you happen to know someone named Kolyan Indirovich?
Rose blinks and frowns. No, I don't think I have. I'm sorry, miss.
Maybe
Well, okay.
maybe your parents know them? Are they inside? Can we go talk to them?
I think they might. Our parents know everything. You should be able to, if you can find them, they might be able to help you. I'd show you myself, but I need to keep Thorn out here.
Sure. So, can you just point us towards like a local store where we can like buy some foods and supplies?
I'm not sure. We usually don't do that sort of thing. It's usually the parents or one of the servants. Maybe our mother and father will know. I'm sorry that I can't help you more.
Perhaps you could go fetch your mother and father and bring them out, and we could talk to them here.
Thorn abruptly begins sobbing. No, I'm not going back inside. You can't make me.
Hey, hold on. Earthendeer kind of kneels down till he's on eye level with him. All right. Hey, little guy. So, you say there's a monster inside, right?
He sniffles and sniffs hard. Like you can see a little bit of snot that's dripped down to his mouth kind of gets sucked back into his nostril as his mouth kind of wriggles and
Earthendeer.
It's a little pathetic look.
Earthendeer fumbles in his pocket and comes out with a very worn but evidently very fancy handkerchief and kind of dabs at it. All right. So, hey, we'll he kind of looks back at the group and sighs. We'll do our best to make sure your mom and dad are okay, but we need a little information.
Will do pardon us, and Metreon puts his hand on Aetherdeer's shoulder and starts to pull him away.
Hey, I'm not done.
Let's not go making promises to these kids that we can't keep.
It'll take 3 minutes max. That is not a huge house.
Know that. We don't know that.
Then we come out, we say, oh, sorry, you should get the police, and then we leave.
Rose, Thorn, you said there's a monster, right?
Yes, that's right.
Do you know what kind of monster? What's it
No,
look like? What's it sound
well,
like?
It's got a howl. It feels like it shakes the whole house. We've never seen it. Our parents have kept it trapped in the basement, but now we're not sure.
They keep it in the basement?
We just know that they've trapped it down there, but I don't know if it's still in there, and Thorn is too scared to go back in.
It could be the VAMPYR.
I think they go for attics mostly.
I can spell, ma'am.
Lillison is going
That
to
was
walk
great.
up to like no closer than 20 feet away from them and say, "Do you have any friends or family friends that you can stay with while all of this happens? It's not safe to be out on the street either."
Rose looks down at Thorn for a moment, then holds him close at her. You see her pause for a moment, her eyes tearing up somewhat, and then she closes them tightly shut, shaking her head. No, I don't think so.
All right, how about we go into town, and maybe your mommy and daddy will be in a nice shop, and we can find them while we're looking for some supplies.
Amity.
And hey, if we don't find them there, then we can help out here. I don't know. You can knock on the door real quick.
They're scared. Don't, kids aren't stupid.
Listen, perhaps I think there's some wisdom in Amity's words, and Metron's going to be kind of like speaking, like almost like whispering, so that he's not within earshot of the children. There is some wisdom in Amity's words, and frankly, we've seen a lot of strange things today. I don't want to test out how much more strange this day can be. There is something odd about not just going inside and just going to get their parents. It's very strange.
They are like 6 years old. I am unsure what you expect of them. Rational
and we're
decision
also
making.
walking into a land where a vampire supposedly rules, so maybe this place is as weird as we think it is.
All the
I'm
more
not
reason
saying
to
we should-
leave as soon as possible. So then perhaps let's listen to
Exactly.
Amity. Let's go to find a general store, re-up on supplies, and leave. We don't need to linger here. There's no reason to.
Exactly.
And what's your guarantee
we're
that
we're not the police? We're not people who are in charge of this sort of thing. I'm not saying it's the proper thing, but sometimes people have to do the improper thing to survive, and this doesn't feel right.
All right, y'all. I have a question for you. Earthrendir stands up again and kind of sweeps his hands expansively at the decaying, broken down, and otherwise evidently uninhabited houses around. What do you think the odds are that somewhere that looks like this has, I don't know, institutions, guards, hell, a functioning general store? This place has been hurt. I don't know by what, but look, we can't just assume that everything's going to work out nicely. I understand y'all's fear. I'm not too happy about this either, but for God's sake, it will take us 5 minutes, and if we run into the monster, we leave. And we tell them, well, hi, Rose and Thorn, you are going to need to find some new parents, and then our job will be done. But for
Or we just
Don't
leave
say that
now.
in front of them.
Or we just leave now and don't appoint ourselves the judge, jury, and executioner of every place we go. It's not our job.
What part of helping a 6-year-old is judge, jury, and executioner?
Look, I know about what it is to help a child. I know this.
Metron raises his
Not our
finger and
place.
starts. Metron raises his finger and starts to walk away from the others. Rose, Thorn.
Yes, mister?
So you said your parents are inside, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Do your mum and daddy have lots of nice things? Maybe a safe that they keep them in? Jewels, perhaps?
I think so. Mother has a very nice. She's got a beautiful jewelry box. I'm not trying to touch it. Why do you ask? It's a bit of a strange question.
Well, if we do, just come inside and check things out, I just want to make sure that everything's secure, right?
Yes, of course. If you do go inside, do you mind checking the nursery? Our baby brother is there. We want to know that he's safe.
Baby brother, huh?
Yes, Walter. We've not seen him. We didn't bring him outside with us.
Metreon looks back at Earthendeer, just to kind of gauge his expression once they start talking about the baby brother.
He looks taken aback for a moment, and then his expression steals, and he mouths at him, 2 minutes.
I think we can do 2 minutes.
All right, look, where's the last place you saw your mom and dad? When was it?
It was, I think it was just this morning. We saw them, but we heard the monster howl, and Thorn got so scared and ran out, and we think we heard it coming upstairs, but we didn't. It was so fast, we didn't get a chance to go back in. Walter's still up there on the 3rd floor. We don't know what's happened to him or what happened to our parents. We've not seen them.
Can you tell us where the nursery is and where the door to the basement is?
The basement, I'm not sure. I've never gone down there. The nursery's on the 3rd floor. It's on this side of the house. It's not too hard to find.
We can... Look.
And Lillison looks at everybody else in the group from where she stands 20 feet away.
Look, if we check things out, help them find their parents, the rest of this town is probably more likely to help us out. Otherwise, I'm not even sure there is anybody else in this entire place. It looks completely abandoned.
I mean, I'm thinking, if they don't know where their mom and dad are, then they're probably like not in their own house, right? Like that would be a little bit easier to find them. They're probably like out at the tavern or something. But you know what? Fine. If you want to go in for 2 minutes, then you can go in. Just if there's actually something.
If their parents are inside, we go contact the parents. They take care of this. We walk away the heroes. That'll be that. And Metreon actually wants to look around. Does it look like anywhere in this area has any kind of sign of life?
So you're looking around for any other sign of life?
Yeah, just like any, like whether it's a light in a home or
funny you should ask. As you reemerge from your conversation and the time that you've spent with Rose and Thorn over the past several minutes, you turn around and realize that you can't actually see the other houses that you first saw when you arrived. In fact, it seems that the mists that have been creeping in since you first entered the village have now bubbled forward, swallowing up what seems like the entire rest of the village, where once you saw what seemed to be a shut-up tavern and an old store that was boarded up and windows darkened is now just a wall of thick, swirling white fog, and you can see that the mists are slowly creeping forward.
Bloody hell.
Oh, say, is Rose Thorn, is it always this foggy around here?
I'm not sure. I don't usually leave the house too much, but Father always did say not to go too far into the mist.
He sounds like a wise man.
Why did he tell you that? Not to go into the mist?
I don't know. He just said not to. I'm sorry.
Sorry, love. We're just a little bit on edge.
Let's get inside. We'll talk about this inside.
Yeah. Why don't you come with us?
She glances down at Thorn, who's hugging tightly to her and burying his face in her side. I don't think I can take Thorn inside, but I guess we can wait right past the front gate. Is that okay?
All right, I'll wait with you. How about?
Rose nods.
All right. Amity, do you want one of us to wait with you?
It shouldn't take that many people to find some parents if they are inside. I mean, just knocking on the door should do it. But just in case there is something accursed. Sure, someone can wait here with me.
Ara, you seem good with the kids.
Yeah, all right. I'll stick behind. Just give it a, at least make sure the little guy's okay.
All right. I'm fine going in and looking for the parents.
All right. Good luck. Remember, it just 5 minutes.
I'll come with you.
Thank you, love. 5 minutes. All right.
I'll go in too.
Kiva's going to walk up to the front door of the house.
All right. And so with that, guiding the children alongside you, you make your way off of the gravel cobblestone street and past the mists and away from the ever-encroaching wall of fog and into the house ahead. Moving forward, you pass through the front, you pass ahead into what appears to be a bit of an entrance portico, passing through a wrought iron gate with hinges on one side and a lock on the other that fills the archway of the house's stone portico. Beyond the gate, you can see oil lamps hanging by chains from the portico ceiling, flanking a set of closed oaken doors. As you push forward, you find that the gate is unlocked, its rusty hinges squealing as you open it.
Metron looks back at Rosenthorn. Kids, is there anything that we should know about going inside?
Rose frowns and then shakes her head. I don't think so. Why, is there something that... I'm sorry, mister, I can't think of anything.
Fair enough. What is your father and mother? Their names, what are they?
We're the Dursts, mister. Well, my mother's name is Elizabeth, and my father's name is Gustav. But, please, we're not supposed to call them that, so I'm sorry.
Very well. Well, Amity, Erthander, you two will...
We'll keep watch and make sure they're all right. Y'all do what we came here for.
If you don't hear from us in 5 minutes, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
We'll come in.
All right. With that, and a bit of a technical difficulty, but so with that, if you would like to, you may open the front doors and proceed inside.
All right, Kiva will do so.
She's going to keep her scimitar drawn, though.
All right. This is, as a reminder, Foundry. As such, if you can see the door icons on the map, you can open them yourselves and proceed forward. So if you'll just move yourself to the area, and don't worry about navigating your token around. We'll just move one room at a time. So, as the three of you step inside, Erthrandir and Amity behind with the children, you pass inside into a new chamber. This grand foyer, you can see hanging on the left-hand wall, is a shield emblazoned with what appears to be a coat of arms. The shield itself is flanked by framed portraits of stony-faced aristocrats, and at the end of the foyer stand mahogany-framed double doors set with panes of stained glass.
Mr. and Mrs. Durst, are you around?
Your voice echoes in the foyer and the hall, but there's no indication or immediate reply.
Could I roll perception or investigation to see if I hear anything from the other side of the door?
make a perception check if you'd like to approach the stained glass and listen in.
15.
15. Listening at the door, you perk your ear as best you can, but you hear only silence from the other side.
Well, I don't hear anything. Should we push on?
May as well open some more doors. Hello in there? Is anybody home?
You enter the door and pass and peer into a new chamber. You see into a wide hall that seems to run the width of the house, with a black marble fireplace at one end and a sweeping red marble staircase at the other. Mounted on the wall above the fireplace, in the dim gray light of your dark vision, you can see a longsword with an engraved hilt. The wood-paneled walls seem to bear ornate carvings of images of vines, flowers, nymphs, and satyrs. There are a number of doors leading out from this chamber, but the room itself is dim and dark. There doesn't appear to be any lighting in here, beyond what your eyes can glean in the darkness.
Metreon is still a little bit on edge, but a lot of that edge melts away as soon as he sees the opulence of this area. The richness of it is definitely exciting to him. We've got a pretty nice setup here.
Don't get any ideas. We want to make these people like us.
Ideas are just ideas. They're in my head. It's all.
They said the nursery was on the 3rd floor, right? Where their brother was?
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Durst. Hello?
Your voice echoes in the hall and up and down the stairs. There's no forthcoming reply.
Oh, bugger hell, I don't.
Do we
I
look
don't
for
know
the
what to do.
parents or do we look for the baby?
I suppose
We don't
can check on
know.
the chat.
We don't know where the parents are, so we may as well go look for the baby first. If we run into them along the way, then all the better.
All right, to the 3rd floor then.
Lead the way.
Kiva's going to approach the staircase and head up.
All right, very good. With that, you make your way to the stairs and begin ascending to the upper floors. And just to confirm, this is still Metreon, Lillison, and Kiva setting up? Are Earthrendir and Amity still hanging behind?
Yep. We're hanging here. Just friendly
Alright.
chatting.
Earthendir is doing handstands to entertain them.
And with that, as you proceed forward, slowly making your way up the red marble stairs to the upper floor. Let's move you over there.
Metron is keeping at least a good 10 feet away from Kiva to let her scout on her own.
Lillison would be 10 feet away from Metreon, so I guess we need to space out a lot more.
Very good. With that, you slowly make your way up the staircase until you come to a point where you find unlit oil lamps mounted on the walls of this elegant second-story hall. You see, hanging above the mantelpiece on the opposite side is a wood-framed portrait depicting two adults, a man and a woman, alongside the familiar faces of Rose and Thorn Durst. You can see standing suits of armor flanking wooden doors in the east and west walls, each suit of armor clutching a spear, and has a visored helm shaped like a wolf's head. The doors you can see are carved with dancing youths. So you can see that the red marble staircase appears to continue its upward spiral to a 3rd floor. And as you step toward it, Kiva, you feel a cold draft whispering down from above.
All right. Didn't mean to move that much, sorry.
All good. So what would you like to do?
So-
And as a quick check-in, briefly, are you all carrying any light sources?
I'm not.
No,
I'm not
I
either.
don't.
All right. And Lillison is not either?
Nope.
All right. In that case, as you scan forward, your dark vision acclimating to the gray murk of the chamber, the colors muted into nothing but grayscales and blacks and whites. The marble staircase itself seeming to be more of a muted, ashy gray than the red you suspect it to be.
So if the parents are here, why aren't any lights on?
Perhaps they burned out?
I didn't like this from the start. But, DM, you said there's a third floor, the third staircase up, that we can just keep going?
The stairs are to continue upward to a third floor.
Let's just try to find this baby.
Should we light a lantern first? One of these torch things. How quaint.
It can't hurt.
This door up here at the top of the staircase right here that my icon is right next to. I'd like to just kind of press my ear against it, see if I hear anything.
Pressing against the which door?
The door that my icon's right next to on the stairs.
Yes, you cannot. You mean the door to the top right of you? Or sorry, to the top left?
Yes.
All right, if you'd like to move yourself adjacent to the door and take a listen at it. Make a perception check for me.
6, no.
Silence, I'm afraid.
Should we check any of these doors? Or should we just go straight up? I mean, I'm not hearing anything either way, but...
I think we should just try to find the baby and then get out of here. I don't like this.
Fair enough.
Let's light one of these wall lantern things and keep calling out as we go as well, just in case, I don't know, the parents might be sick or asleep.
All right, so we light a torch and keep going. Kiva's going to head up the stairs.
All right, are you employing... So you're taking out a torch that you brought with you and lighting that?
No, I believe Lillison wanted to take a torch, if that's correct.
So there are unlit oil lamps mounted on the walls. If you'd like to remove one.
I didn't want to remove one. I wanted to just light one of them.
Of course. There is a means of lighting one fairly easily. You're able to kind of set one alight, and as you do so, it casts a bit of a small, flickering, reddish-yellow glow through the room.
Well, that's something.
Can we maybe light the fireplace as well?
I mean, if you want to. Are you cold?
I am, but it's unsettling that there's no fireplaces that are lit here. Never mind, it's... I don't know, none of this feels real, and I have a headache.
Let's keep going.
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Kiva hands Metron her water skin first, and then heads upstairs.
All right. You continue forward onto the third floor, and as you do, Erthrindir and Amity, as you remain there with the children, you notice something. Specifically, Erthrindir, you're the first to notice it. Amity, a heartbeat later. The mists have continued forward, an inexorable tide that has flowed toward the house across the street until even the tips of the rooftops of the nearest houses are swallowed up entirely and the road is hidden from sight. A thick wall of fog presses against the gate of the outer portico, almost as though the mist is longing to pass through, but holds back. It stops there.
Amity, are you, you're seeing this, right?
It's cursed crazy weather.
Yeah, it's a little freaky. Rose, Thorn, is this much fog normal?
Rose looks a bit concerned. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine. Fine.
Amity blows on it.
The fog wisps away from your breath briefly before immediately spilling back into place.
Earthendeer lowers his voice. So, what are the odds that's magic?
Do you want to maybe yell to the others to make sure they're still okay?
It's a big house. We might have to actually go and check. I mean, I hate to leave the kids, but I'm a little worried. What do you think?
I don't think the fog's magical. I mean, it's just fog, right? I can make it wisp all around. But if you're going in, then I'd follow you.
All right. Hey, Rose Thorn will be back in just a minute, okay? We're gonna make sure our friends are doing all right. Stay here and yeah, we'll be back before you know it.
Oh, you could follow us in, and if there's a monster, we'll protect you from it.
Thorn stifles a sob, and Rose looks at you, shaking her head. I don't think so, but we'll stay right here, I promise. We won't go anywhere.
All right. Take care of yourselves. And kind of on instinct, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out the handkerchief again and passes it to Thorn. Here, keep this till I'm back. And then
Thorn accepts it gratefully.
Then he turns to the door and pulls it open.
All right, and with that, you step inside the foyer as up above, the others continue their ascent in the house. As you continue forward, Kiva first, followed by Metreon, then Lillison after, you climb the marble staircase to its full height, arriving at a dusty balcony. The air here is dry and musty, but tinged with a strange, almost coppery scent. A suit of black plate armor stands against one wall, draped in cobwebs and clearly marked by old age. You see oil lamps mounted on the faded oak-paneled walls, which are themselves carved with woodland scenes of trees, falling leaves, and tiny beasts. The corridor itself is dusty and drafty, and you can see that each corner, including all the way up to the ceiling above, is draped in cobwebs. As you ascend to near the furthest point of the landing, as you prepare to step onto the balcony, you hear a door open and then shut on the first floor below, followed by footsteps.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hey y'all, it's us.
Oh, bloody hell. You almost scared the life out of us. We're upstairs.
All right, be up there in a second.
Can I see, Kiva's going to walk forward, I should say, and look for something that might look like a nursery door.
All right, you take a step forward, glancing around onto the balcony around you. As you do, you can see that several doors appear to lead from this upper landing, including a pair of double doors to the right that seem set with dusty panes of stained glass. And as you step forward, your hand along the railing of the balcony and glancing around at the potential doors, you hear a sudden creak, a groan of movement, and then a blur of motion out of the corner of your eye. As suddenly, the black suit of armor beside you lurches through the air as if animated by an unholy force, one of its gauntleted fists smashing through the air toward you. I would need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Oh no.
Does that mean everyone in the house or everyone on that floor?
Everyone, I would say everyone on this floor, and if those who would like to may arrive, they will arrive in one round.
Gotcha.
So it's to you. Just remind me. But for that, let's have everyone roll some initiatives, please.
I might only be able to do it once I arrive in one round.
If you are not on the map, you will not be able to do so at this time.
Low initiative roll.
Sorry, DM, I'm having a little trouble remembering how to roll initiative.
All good. If you can right-click your token and select the sword and shields icon on the bottom right, that will add you to the combat tracker, which is the fist icon on the top right menu. And then just roll the d20 that you find there. Very good.
Oh, awesome.
With that, Lillison, as you mount the stairs, you can just barely see over the top of the landing, the armor suddenly lurching toward Lillison. What would you like to do?
All right. Lillison freezes for a moment in panic, and then sort of unwillingly, almost as if she's trying to hold something back, she's actually going to rush forward, pushing past Metreon, and averts her eyes as her right arm thrusts out towards the armor, almost as of its own accord. And Kiva can see that there is, in fact, a green jewel sort of bound to the palm of Lillison's right hand with thin little chains. And with a bit of a lurch, a sickly green light comes out of it.
All right, give me one moment, please.
Ooh.
All right, so what
That's
is Lillison
cool.
casting?
Lillison is going to cast Acid Splash.
All right, very good. That is a dexterity throw, I believe, right?
It is.
Throw? All right. With that is a 13.
That ties.
All right, very good. With that, it just steps aside briefly. You see a bit of a splash mount on the side of its armor, but then drip off to the side before fizzling down into the ground without doing much harm. But as you look, you notice something odd. Though the sickly green glow around the gem seemed to indicate something else, the swirl of bubbling liquid that flung through the air was red, scarlet red, and as you watch it drip down the wall, bubbling as it begins to melt away at the paneling, you see it spill down like red scarlet blood onto the floor.
Lillison sort of collapses back against the wall, breathing heavily, and that is my turn.
All right, with that, Metreon, you're up. What would you like to do?
So this suit of armor, does it look like it's occupied by something?
Glancing over it, you can see its visored helmet appears completely dark. There's no indication of anything beyond the helmet.
Panicked and confused, and just seeing Lillison just suddenly whip out this splash of what looks like blood, he, bloody hell, and he starts to dart back the other direction. And he's going to use his movement to go back downstairs.
All right, Metron will make his way back down to the second floor.
And he's going to use his action to dash.
All right, very good. You dash down just as you see the others beginning to dash up toward you. Airthunder and Amity, you see Metreon heaving as he runs down the stairs. As from above, you hear the sounds of what sounds like grinding metal.
What on earth is going on?
I'm getting the fuck out of here.
What? And he just watches as Metreon plunges on. What? All right, run. Gonna keep running.
And that's his turn.
Right. Very good. With that, Kiva, as you watch the armor abruptly lurches toward you, as if slamming you in the side. The first one, as it brings its gauntleted form up against your side, that's an 8 to hit.
That misses.
All right, it will then strike again. That is a 20 to hit.
That one hits, yeah.
All right, this one impacts you right on the shoulder, but you deflect a good amount of the blow. You only suffer 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
And with that, it is your turn.
So, taking that damage, she's going to yell a little bit, and you can see she's breathing very heavily. All right. Kiva straightens up very quickly, she is going to pull her scimitar, and you can see her breathing sort of quicken and then slow as the veins on her face fill in with black ichor that seems to pour down the side of her face and down her jaw. Kiva is going to rage.
Yeah. Yes.
So with
Still
that,
the first confirmed class.
all right, as you use your bonus action to rage, the armor creaks before you, pulling back as if for a second blow. What would you like to use for your action?
She is going to swing away with her scimitar.
Go for it.
That is a 17 to hit, and it's 4 damage if it hits. I don't know if it does.
Unfortunately, as you slash toward it, it just glances off the side, and as you watch, it gets caught between two platelets of armor, as if right where the arm would be, but you can see that it actually tighten around it. The armor's visored helm's latching onto you and almost seeming to glare at you from the darkness of the helmet. After a moment, you manage to pull the scimitar loose, but it doesn't seem to have done any damage. That's a miss.
Oh, damn. She is going to just free action scream at the armor and use her movement to stand in front of Lillison and just keep her blocked from the...
All right. Very good. With that is the end of Kiva's turn. So, with that, let's get some other tokens on the map. Erthrindir and Amity, if you would like to roll initiative for me, please.
Sure, but Metreon was running the other way, telling everyone to get the heck out of there, and so...
So are you running the opposite direction as well?
I guess what can I see? Like, what do I see and hear from upstairs?
So you hear the sound of combat. You hear metal clashing against metal, and as you briefly poke your head up just far enough to see the balcony above, you see Kiva lash her scimitar free of the armor up above. Lillison beside her, looking as if in deep concentration, and you can hear the armor's heavy footfalls echoing off of the balcony.
All right, well, it looks like you're first, Erthrindir.
Apparently. Am I going, or?
Yes, so with that, we round back to the top of initiative. It is now Lillison's turn. What would you like to do?
Lillison is slumped back against the wall, breathing heavily, sort of screwing her eyes up a little bit. And then, with a great heave of her shoulders, looking very unhappy about this, her arm flings up again, and the gem on her palm glows for another acid splash.
All right, it's going to be another dexterity save.
Yep.
That is a 14, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Succeeds.
She is also going to start edging towards this side corridor here.
All right, very good. That's the end of your turn. Then, Metreon, you're up. You can hear the sound of continued combat and Kiva's scream echoing through the walls of the house. You're now on the first floor. What would you like to do?
Yeah, Metreon is deaf to that scream as he is bolting towards the front door, and he's going to throw it open if he can.
All right. You're more than able to do that, I would say.
Do I see Rose and Thorn in the foyer?
You do. They're still waiting there, their eyes wide, looking a bit surprised to see you.
What the fuck is that up there?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
If I reach out to grab them, can I pull them into the house?
You can certainly try, yes. If you'd like to reach forward. You've used your action, I would say, but you can try it next turn if you'd like.
Okay. No, I won't do that then. I will. As soon as I confront them and I see their faces again, and I remember that they were talking about the monster, I assume that this is what they meant by it. And finally, as like my adrenaline stops pumping, I hear Kiva, and I will sigh and start to move back up towards the stairs.
All right, you took your full movement to get to the kids. If you'd like, you can try to either dash or pull the kids inside.
I'm just gonna action dash back inside.
All right. So you already moved. You're actually do that, but you can move back inside next turn.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, excellent. With that, it is the armor's turn again. It will lurch toward Kiva, slamming her again twice. That is a 6 to hit, which I believe misses. And a 15.
The 15 hits.
All right. Beautiful. You suffer 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is that halved?
Yes, you were raging, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is halved. You suffer only, I believe that's 3 points. And that is the end of the armor's turn.
Ignore that attack. I didn't mean to do that.
Very good. Erthondir, as you round the stairs, Amity huffing behind you, Metreon speeding past in the opposite direction, you see Lilison and Kiva appear to be locked in combat with this animated armor at the top of the balcony. What would you like to do?
First off, I don't have vision on the scene. Can you give that to me?
Yes, let me... You should have Erthondir present.
I can almost see it, but there's a black bar that's obscuring most of it. Like, I can see it at the very bottom of my screen.
Gotcha. Let me just double check everything is good to go with your token.
You might have him on the wrong
replace.
scene.
Nope, he is on the correct one. How about now?
There we
Perfect.
So Erthondir, seeing what's happening, is going to kind of stop dead at the scene here. And then kind of glancing between everything. He isn't really sure what to do, but he knows that he probably should do something. So in kind of a panic, he sticks out a finger and traces a pattern in the air. To anyone who'd recognize it, it looks like an elvish letter or maybe a sentence. And as he traces, the air begins to glow with a sickly, sort of reddish purple light. And then a gout of fire springs forth from the glyph as he casts Firebolt.
All right, the fire arches toward the armor, but oddly enough, it's not the crimson red that you're used to. Instead, it seems to be tinged a vile, almost profane purple as it scours through the air and smashes toward the armor. Roll an attack for me.
Okay, get them up. That is an 8. Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, the armor raises a gauntleted hand, the firebolt splashing harmlessly against it.
Are you all okay? What is this? What's going on?
No,
I suppose that's
no time to explain.
reasonable enough. And that's him for now.
All right, I believe it's my turn next. Yeah, so Amity is gonna like yell up, "What are you doing? This could be a sequence killer."
A what?
I don't
A
think
what?
I mean, I don't think we're gonna hope to find their parents anymore. At least I hope we don't find them in here. Everyone, just get out! And opening her book to a fable about a sly fox, she will intone at the suit of armor. Hey, you! Your swordplay is as rusty as that clunky armor. Casting vicious mockery.
Ooh. Was not expecting that.
Was not
Oh my goodness! Wow.
It must make a wisdom saving throw.
All right, it will do so. That is a 10.
Nice.
Okay, then it takes 2 psychic damage and disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes.
Very good. And in fact, oddly enough, as you shout the words of the spell, Amity, you're used to infusing them with some sort of magical presence, but this time you can almost feel as if something else is speaking through you, as the words that you speak are twisted and contorted into the guttural snarl of something almost like a demon or a devil. And the armor will take 2 points of... Actually, wait. The armor, you see, appears unaffected by this string of insults.
Damn.
It takes no damage. But it does retain disadvantage on the next attack roll.
All right, I think Amity's used to her insults not dealing physical wound damage to people, so she doesn't think this is odd as she then dashes down the stairs to the second floor, urging her companions to follow.
All right, that is the end of Amity's turn. Kiva, you are up. You can see that the armor appears to be momentarily off balance. What would you like to do?
Kiva's going to take the opportunity to again swing with her scimitar and see if she can do some fucking damage here.
All right, go for it.
I don't think that hits. If the 19
What'd
didn't
you
hit.
roll? You
It's
did
an
not roll a
18.
19. Oh wait, no. Did you roll a 19 before?
Might have been. It was either 17 or 19. I don't know.
It was a 17.
17. Great. So I don't know. Maybe an 18 hits. I hope it hits.
An 18 does hit as you slash forth your scimitar, dealing 3 points of slashing damage.
5 actually. 5.
Oh,
is
beautiful.
And then with that, seeing Lillison retreat a little bit, Kiva's going to also. Okay. Yeah, she's going to head towards the stairs and try to pull Lillison with her.
All right, Lillison will be able to follow on her own turn. But Kiva, would you like to continue moving all the way down the stairs?
Yeah, she's going to try to get the fuck out of here.
All right, the armor will make an attack of opportunity against you. It has disadvantage on this.
That's fair. Let's go for it.
That is a 12 to hit.
Oh, thank fucking God that misses. Okay.
Narrowly sideswipes you, missing you entirely as its fist cuts through empty air.
All right, she's down those stairs.
All right, very good. If you'd like to move yourself to where Amity is. And Lillison, you are up.
Okay. Lillison is going to recoil violently away from where Kiva is trying to grab her, and just say, "No, it's." And she is going to thrust her hand out again, and this time a much larger sort of ray of sickening energy instead of a splash comes out towards the armor.
All right, you are still adjacent to it, correct?
I am.
This is made with disadvantage, please.
Okay.
So just roll it again and take the lower.
Okay. If I rolled it again, it might consume my other spell slot, but I'll just fix that manually.
Yes, you can just uncheck consume spell slot.
That is a 9 to hit.
Damn.
Unfortunately, the 9 misses as it shears wide in your panic, your breath coming fast. You just shoot the ray past its head as it smashes into the far wall.
All right. And then Lillison is going to start backing up towards the set of double doors.
All right. Up to the north of you, you said?
Yes.
All right, very good. With that, if you'd like to make your way toward them, you try the handle. They do appear to be unlocked.
Okay. I'm going to sort of push the push the handle open behind me and just back into the room and then slam it shut in front of me.
All right, if you'd like to move yourself in there, the door is unlocked. All right. With that, as you slam yourself into the door, Erthrindir, Kiva, and Amity continuing their run to the lower level. Lillison making her way down. And behind you, you hear the grinding and the stomping of the metal armor slowly fade as you vanish from its sight. And with that, you find the house growing quiet once more. And find yourself standing alone on the second floor landing, this time with Lillison nowhere to be found behind you.
Amity looks awkwardly at the other 4 suits of armor.
Metreon, since he was
Kiva, who is
since he was on his way running back up from the front door, sees everyone running down and is like, "What the fuck do we do? What's going on? We gotta get the fuck out of here."
Lillison's still up there. I think she shut herself in. I don't know. Okay, let's all... I doubt that thing can bust through a solid door. She's probably okay.
She's gonna be fine. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. We don't... Breathe. Take a second and breathe.
Is that, we don't hear the footsteps of the armor, do we?
Make a perception check.
That's an 11.
You listen closely and you hear only silence.
I stop talking and look up as if I'm listening. I don't think it's moving no more. I mean, I don't think it's moving anymore.
Okay. So, y'all think that's the monster?
Yeah.
I sincerely hope it is. Or I don't know. You said Lilith's up there, correct?
She shut herself in a room, yeah.
Can someone help me check that these 4 are not, there's no one hiding in these?
Kiva, who's still coming down from her rage, is going to smash the nearest suit of armor in front of her with her fucking scimitar.
It's a good idea. And Metron will follow and start to kind of like try and pull the opposite suit of armor off the wall and just kind of like let it smash into the floor.
It seems to be situated on a stand of sorts, propped up and supported on the inside, but once you're able to get a bit of swing to it and pull it onto the edge and corner of the stand, it does sway and then smashes toppling to the floor, bits and pieces of metal armor going straying and scrapping across the ground until the ground looks more like a junkyard than a proper noble's landing.
And then Kiva's going to the one next to Ari, and she's going to smash that one as well. Like, she's not doing good right now.
He steps aside, apparently deep in thought. Can he see if he knows anything about what on earth that thing up there might have been? Hello?
At this point, too, Metron wants to look for the kids, see if they're still downstairs.
All right. That as Metron makes his way back downstairs. Or is anyone else coming with him?
Yeah, Amity
No.
will also go downstairs with Metreon just to get further from the killer.
Earthwindir's going to
Kiva-
stay on the... Go ahead.
Yeah, Kiva sort of slumps down next to the empty armor and is just trying to breathe again. And you can hear her mumbling a name, Ari, if you're standing next to her.
What is
She's
it?
just saying Ava over and over and over again.
Earthwindir knows when there are things that he cannot really help. So he sort of sits down next to her instead and offers her a water skin. Here, Aya, you're gonna need this.
Kiva takes it and pours some of it a little bit first on her hand to wipe her face clear of the black blood and then drinks some.
Well, that's a heck of an introduction.
You missed the whole story. It was...
No,
Sorry.
no, to
Did I hurt
Groby,
anyone?
not for you. I'm not. That would be incredibly rude to say right now. Goodness gracious.
Are you okay? Did I hurt anyone?
Oh, did you hurt anyone? No, goodness. You probably saved half of our lives. You took that thing on. I think we're all right, though. I have a hunch about what that thing is. Can I see if I know what that thing is, Dragna?
Make an Arcana check.
That's an 8.
It appears to be armor that's been animated by some form of magic, perhaps. You're not sure.
Well, I think it's some sort of magic that just keeps that thing moving. Obvious, I suppose, but at any rate, that does lead me to an unfortunate conclusion. If this were the monster that the kids were referring to, you kind of have to do this sort of thing to something deliberately. It doesn't just happen one day. So, odds are, if there was something new, this thing is already here.
So what are you saying? That this was a trap?
I I don't know. I mean, maybe. You'd think the kids would think to say, hey, by the way, we have a defense mechanism on the 3rd floor. Don't step up there or you're going to be murdered. But
they told us to come to the 3rd floor and check on their brother. So I don't know about you, but I'm not really trusting those kids right now.
yeah, no, that's accurate. Who knows? Maybe they've got a whole thing going on where they rob prospective travelers, and who knows. But
wait a minute, where's Lillison?
She's still up there. She locked herself in the bedroom, I think.
We can't just leave her up there with that thing. I mean, it'll kill her.
We can't. But my usual methods aren't too effective against something like that. Like, I can shoot it all I want, but that might kill us before we manage to save her.
So what do you suppose we do? I mean, I feel horrible just leaving her up there alone.
Earthrendir looks up, and for a moment there's a smile on his face. I have a say, you're pretty damn strong, right?
I mean, decently, so not... I mean, I'm fine, I guess.
Earthrendir look like fishes in his pack, and pulls out a length of fine clear cord, a fishing kit, and some line. Now, if someone were to say, I don't know, tie something around that armor and otherwise provoke it, and if someone on the other end were to act as a counterweight, and if someone on the other end were to lure it towards a balcony, you think you could pull this sucker down?
I mean, I don't see why not.
Excellent. Well then, let's get the others. We got someone to help.
All right. Metreon, Amity.
Yeah, I'm still looking for the kids.
All right, Metreon, as you make your way downstairs to the 4th floor, or the 1st floor, I should say, leaving the other 3 behind. You continue onward, descending the staircase, passing down into the 1st floor once more.
And I believe, Amity, you're with me, right?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Let me just move her down there with you. All right, and so the 2 of you descend once more into the dark, gray, shadowed main hall as you descend to the 1st floor of the house.
Kids? Hello? Where are you little shits?
You make your way out, passing through the foyer and out into the portico once more. As you do, you see Rose and Thorn standing there outside, looking up at you with big eyes. Rose's voice trembling a bit as she blinks at you. What is it, mister? Is everything all right?
Metreon kneels down and in his very best, very much like putting on a presentation. Well, dearies, we think we found the monster. It's all taken care of. We still haven't found your brother or your parents, so that's concerning. Are you sure you two don't want to come in?
Wait, no, they should not come in. I mean, okay, there is in fact a monster, and I'm sure your mummy and daddy are safe and not inside the house, but I don't think that we should invite them inside, Metreon.
Just go with me on this, yeah?
What?
There's a suit of armor up there. You know about that, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you know that it comes to life?
Didn't know. I've never seen it do that before.
Well, it did. I think it's taken care of, though. Is the wall of fog still surrounding the house?
It is pressing heavily against the bars of the portico.
Well,
You
as
cannot
soon
see anything beyond the gate.
as soon as he looks up, he looks back at the kids. You need to get inside then.
We
That
can't.
fog is-
I'm sorry. Thorn is too scared.
You need. You can't stay out there. It's not going to be safe.
Thorn sobs, shakes his head. No, I won't. You can't make me.
Why
It's
don't
going
you
to
want to
hurt
come
me.
in? Because you think it's not safe. How many others have been here?
Wait, I don't
What
think
have
it's
you-
safe either. What?
I start to pull Amity aside. I don't. There's something about this. This feels like a ruse. Not that it's not real, obviously, but
You think that they're working with? Also, did you say there was no one inside the suit of armor?
there was no one inside the bloody suit of armor. No.
I don't think any of us should be inside then. I think we should get Lillison out, who is currently trapped in a closet on the 3rd floor, and then we should all just go into town.
I agree, but that, and I point out at the fog, that is waiting for us, and I don't trust whatever's in that.
You're saying we could be attacked?
That I've seen fog before. That is not what fog does.
All right, let's pull them inside and just go get Lillison.
All right. And yeah, Metreon will look back at the children. Listen, even if you just want to stay in the foyer, just away from the gates, away from the fog, just trust us. Just come inside. We've taken care of the monster. We just need to make sure that you're safe, and then we'll be out of your hair.
Rose shakes her head again. No, I'm sorry. Thorn won't go inside. I'm not leaving him.
Fed up with it, Metreon reaches out for Thorn, and he's going to try and pull him in.
All right. Thorn does not resist. However, his eyes go wide, his mouth opening silently in surprise. And as you reach forward to pull him inside, as soon as his arm crosses the threshold, he vanishes.
What the fuck was that?
What the fuck? I mean, what the curses was this?
No, fuck is the right word.
Rose?
Rose, what was that?
She shakes her head. I don't know what that was. I'm sorry, mister.
Can I do an insight check on her?
Go for it.
Natural 20.
What's the final result?
21 total.
She appears genuinely perplexed and confused.
But
that's
she's
even
not
more
like
disturbing.
terrified. That she's just confused. She's not like, oh no, my brother disappeared.
There's a bit of like a kind of a sinking feeling in her eyes that you can see, but it doesn't seem to be quite at the level of horror that you might expect.
Yeah, I mean, that's even more disturbing to Metreon. And he'll look over at Amity with just wide eyes. You also see that like the sweat has just been pouring down his brow and is cutting, like some of that sweat is now mixing with shoe polish and foundation, and it's just kind of like streaks of all of that coming down his face. We gotta get the fuck out of here. This is we're in deep now.
Yeah. Okay. Let's spend 1 minute trying to get Lillison out of the closet and out of the house. And then we're out of here, okay?
I need to check something though. And with that, Metreon reaches out for Rose and is going to try and pull her in.
Her eyes widen and she squirms briefly, but you can tell somehow strangely that her heart isn't in it. And as you pull her across the threshold, she goes limp in your arms and vanishes like a thin, wafting mist into nothingness.
All right, that confirms it.
Amity shouts up as loud as she can. Lillison! We're going to come get you!
do I hear that?
Well, upstairs, Lillison, you only just now shut yourself away in the dark room in which you now find yourself. The others' retreating footsteps down the stairs have long since faded, and you find yourself standing quite alone. And as the others below continue their deliberations and Metreon and Amity begin to make their way downstairs further, unbeknownst to you, of course, you find yourself in a dusty, cobweb-filled master bedroom with burgundy drapes covering the windows. You can see a 4-poster bed with embroidered curtains and tattered gossamer veils standing against the center wall, and the room also contains a matching pair of wardrobes, a vanity with a wood-framed mirror, and a silver jewelry box, as well as a comfortable-looking padded chair. A rotting tiger skin rug lies on the floor in front of the fireplace, which has a dust-covered portrait of the 2 Durst parents hanging above it. A web-filled parlor in the southwest corner contains 2 chairs and a table holding several items, as well as a door with a dark, dirt-flecked window. A door facing the foot of the bed has a faded full-length mirror mounted upon it, and in the right-hand corner of the room, just on the side of the parlor, you can see standing a small wooden door set about halfway up the wall, its surface half rotted by age. The room is quiet, and as you listen behind you for a moment, there's no indication of the armor's footfalls.
Lillison is still breathing heavily, opening and closing her right hand. She looks at her palm, at the green gem bound to the palm with little jewelry chains, and makes a face. Her fingers move in a very deliberate, almost over-precise pattern, and she tries to cast Mage Hand.
All right, you cast Mage Hand, and you see the small stirring of the bluish arcane forces before you, and the spell completes, but something is different. The hand, rather than the familiar glowing white-gloved digits that you recognize, it's a whittled, bony, skeletal hand that floats gently astride your face.
Well, this has never happened before. Why did they have to go and touch me? She's going to try to maneuver the hand over to one of the other doors. Let's say the door like farthest to the right, and see if she can still, use the mage hand to work it as normal.
Of course. You're able to reach toward the handle, and it clicks cleanly open if you'd like to open the door from your current position.
All right. That's one thing confirmed. Okay. Then she's going to bring the hand back and very, very carefully open the door she just came in from, poised and tensed, like ready to slam the door shut again if she sees or hears the suit of armor moving.
All right, if you'd like to open the door yourself. Are you trying to do this quietly?
Very quietly.
All right, make a stealth check for me.
That would be a 14.
You slowly peer outside, doing your best to muffle the creak of the opening age door. You peer past into the dusty hallway, the dust now sifted and disturbed by the crisscrossing of footprints across the way. As you look, you can see the black plate armor standing quietly in its former position, back up against the wall, gauntleted hands at its sides, unmoving, but as you glance at it, squinting through the darkness, your eyes unaccustomed to noticing fine details, you think that you see that most of the cobwebs have fallen away.
Lillison is going to take one step out from the door, again, just poised to bolt back in and slam the door if it moves.
All right. Does not seem to react as you take a step outside.
Very quickly ducking this way out of its line of sight and going to open the door across from me.
All right. You try the handle. It is unlocked if you'd like to open it up. Glancing inside, you see inside this small chamber a dark room that contains a wooden tub with clawed feet, a small iron stove with a kettle resting atop it, and a barrel under a spigot in the east wall.
Well, this seems to be a dead end. There's nothing for it.
She's going to flatten her back against against the door that remains closed from the double doors and sort of edge her way around the outside, seeing if she can make it to the stairs without setting off the armor.
If you'd like, you can certainly make your attempt at taking a disengage and just dodging past it, or are you looking to kind of sneak?
I'm looking to sneak.
All right. Make a stealth roll for me.
That is a 9.
All right. As you slowly move yourself toward the stairs, edging ever quietly and attempting to lurk out of its visored gaze, as soon as you step toward it and turn to face the stairs, the armor directly to your right-hand side, you hear the groaning and creaking of metal against metal, and the visored helm abruptly turns to face you. I'll need you to roll initiative, please.
That is an 8 on initiative.
All right. And the armor rolls a 14. It's going to lash out toward you immediately, its visor whirling to face you, and it's going to attempt to smash you across the side with a fist.
Okay.
That is an 18 to hit.
Do I get a reaction?
You do get a reaction. You are not surprised.
Okay. With my reaction, I would like to cast Shield.
All right. You cast Shield and fling up your hand, summoning forth the familiar arcane protection. And as you do, you have only a moment to notice before you recognize that the once simple greenish wall of force that you're used to conjuring is now emblazoned with terrible, ugly, demonic runes that glow and flicker a sickly, rotting green. It apparates directly in front of the blow, and the armorer's fist smashes against it powerlessly before it rears back and attempts to slam against it with its shoulder. That is another 18 hit, which I believe is also deflected.
Yep.
All right. With that is the end of the armorer's turn. Lillison, you're up.
Okay. I am going to... The shield dissolves at the beginning of my turn, so this is kind of awkward. I am going to make a break for it down the stairs.
All right. Are you dashing or disengaging?
I am disengaging and then moving.
All right. Very good. You disengage, swiftly make your way down the stairs away from the armor. It lashes out toward you with a gauntleted hand and then immediately closes around only air. As you find yourself vanishing down, your feet pitter-pattering down the steps and arriving once more on the second floor of the Durst house.
Erthendir looks up from when he's been futilely messing around with fishing line and gasps, you're all right.
Oh my goodness, are you okay? Kiva's gonna walk over to her. I'm sorry about grabbing you before. You're all right.
It's all right. Yes, I'm all right. Just don't stand too close to me. I think that it only starts to move when somebody is right next to it.
And with that, you hear footsteps approaching from the lower floor as Metreon and Amity make their way up to join you.
Lillison, we're there you are. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. What's happening? Can we leave?
There's some cursed stuff happening downstairs, and yeah, we should leave.
Not that simple, though. Well, it might not be. I'm not entirely sure. Whatever that fog is, it's not fog as we know it, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what it is or what it does, but it is pressed up against the house. It looks almost as if it wants to get inside.
Did you try walking into it?
Oh, perhaps not now, but more pressing and more strange. The kids are gone.
What do you mean the kids are gone?
Well, I pulled the young Thorn boy in, and when he crossed the threshold, he disappeared. And I did the same to his sister Rose, and she disappeared as well.
So this was a trap.
Feels like it.
That doesn't make any sense. They weren't illusions. I handed Thorn my handkerchief. They were real.
Where is your handkerchief?
I gave it to him.
Is it still out there?
Let me go check. I'd appreciate... And he tromps down the stairs and peeks out onto the porch.
All right, you make your way downstairs and peer onto the portico, and you see there your handkerchief, having fluttered down to the ground and left quite forgotten on the threshold, just nestled beneath the underframe of one of the doors.
Earthrimdir picks it up, swears quite vehemently if anyone knows Elvish, and then tromps back upstairs. Well, never mind. They're illusions. He flutters the handkerchief. And that means that this entire place is probably some sort of trap.
I've seen illusions. If they are just illusions, they're incredibly sophisticated.
Well...
So they're ghosts, then?
They didn't look very dead.
Or vampires.
How else would they have disappeared entirely, crossing the threshold? I mean, this doesn't seem
I don't know, maybe the little girl...
Have any of you
Maybe the little girl knows greater invisibility. Who knows?
A child does not know greater invisibility. There's something else is afoot here. I don't know what. If you want to go outside and check and see if that fog is safe to travel through, I will be more than willing to be behind you when you do so. We need to figure something out, though. We can't stay here, and I would wager outside is not quite as safe right now, at least.
No.
I don't know what to do.
The only reason we're here is to get supplies and food so that we can get out. Does this house have a kitchen?
I didn't check.
I did not. I did not travel enough to see it, but we can look around for it. Listen, did you see any sign of the child up there?
No, I didn't. I saw a master bedroom. I saw a rather primitive bathing chamber, and that was about it.
Huh. So, what you're saying is that this place may be an uninhabited murder house, and we can rob these people blind.
That is not what I said, but if that is what you wish to take away from it, I will not stop you.
Metreon strokes his chin in the scruff of it for a bit, thinking about that.
I will say, I did see the jewelry box, if you want to get past that suit of armor up there.
I think I'll pass.
Metreon pauses for a moment.
That's like the most... I mean, that's like the most classic secret test of character there is in stories. Like, you go up and you try to rob them and then you die.
Look, what if we could lure it into one of the other rooms and then shut the door on it? It didn't seem to want to chase after me when there was a door between me and it.
That's a very good idea. We could shut in the master bedroom and bar the door.
Ethandir, you seem to be fairly knowledgeable. These sorts of armors, these is it a trap? Is it a defense mechanism? Security? Like,
I don't
it's
know.
Not pursuing us. It doesn't seem sentient then.
I don't know. This is not the type of construct I'm used to seeing. I'm more used to golems and the like, but they're generally... Stuff like this is probably set to follow a specific set of instructions. So if that's the case, then we'd probably be safe if we just, didn't make it follow its instructions, whether we sneak by or shut it somewhere or whatever.
Down the stairs.
Or pull it down the stairs if we want to take the clanky approach.
Well,
Sorry, why? Why do we want to go past it in the first place?
Listen, how expensive
I'm with
did the
Amity here. I mean, it beat the shit out of me, and I tend to be a little more formidable when it comes to stuff like that. It didn't even seem to take any of our damage. I mean, how do we know that this thing can even be tricked that way?
We don't.
Right, you're right. I'm not thinking clearly.
Yeah, you've got a point. We need to gather what supplies we can from these 2 floors. Maybe light a fire to draw away the mist if anyone's got any magic, since we all apparently are carrying some of that. Very nice fairy tale, by the way, Amity.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's light a fire, let's grab what we can from the lower floors, and let's leave.
All right. All right, you know what? Fuck it, right? Let's go downstairs, let's raid and pillage what we can, and get out of here. That's what we came to do, right, Amity? We came to restock and leave.
Right. There's probably a kitchen in this house, and knowing Truffle, his nose is already up in the food.
Where is Truffle?
Oh, Amity starts looking for Truffle. Hopefully he's still around.
He is not currently with you, but at this point you glance around and hear a small winking from the floor below.
Thank God.
Well, let's follow his nose and hopefully find... not find anything as threatening as whatever that was up there.
Yeah.
I don't particularly like the idea of opening too many more doors.
Me neither.
Neither do I at this point. I think we just need to try to get out of this fucking house.
Food first. We're not making it anywhere if we starve.
All right, but I need some sort of rest at some point too, or I'm going to be holding you all back very shortly.
Well, let's see if we even need to stay here first. If they don't have food, then that makes our decision pretty quickly.
A quick sweep of the area, of the downstairs. I'm sure they have a kitchen. Check the kitchen, check the pantry. If there's nothing, if it yields nothing, then we just leave. We get out of here. We try our luck with the fog, with the mist, and we just go. We just leave.
Sounds good. Let's go.
With that, you make your way down the staircase once more, leaving behind the glowing, flickering light of the oil lamp, and passing down to the first floor once more. As you descend to the main hall, Amity, you see in tones of gray, his 4 hooves pressed up against a door to the immediate right of you, and winking quietly, Truffle. As you descend the stairs and press down to the landing below, he turns toward you and oinks happily before nuzzling up against your leg.
Amity cuddles Truffle, picking him up, and then goes up to the door. All right. Just quickly checking the kitchen. It was this door you were talking about?
No, it was the one to the right of it.
Oh, even that to the right. Okay. Sorry, this door.
All right, you open the door and peer inside to the next chamber. You enter a tiny kitchen with dishware, cookware, and utensils neatly placed on shelves. You can see a work table that has a cutting board and rolling pin atop it, and a stone dome-shaped oven that stands near the east wall, its bent iron stovepipe connecting to a hole in the ceiling. Behind the stove and to the left, you see a thin door. At the front right-hand corner of the room, you also see standing a small wooden door set around halfway up the wall.
Amity picks up the rolling pin. All right. I suppose this might be a pantry, maybe. Is there any food here? No.
You open the small door, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, you move toward it, and as you pull open the small wooden door, you see behind it what appears to be a 2-foot wide stone shaft that contains a small wooden elevator box attached to a rope that appears to vanish up into the depths up above. You see hanging on the wall next to this what appears to be a tiny brass bell attached by wires that run up inside of the door through small holes and vanish out of sight to upper floors.
All right. Not here. Amity closes the door tightly and tries the other one.
All right. You glance inside of it and see what appears to be a well-stocked pantry. You see a number of bits of food, from dried meats and fruits to bits of hardtack and some bread, a few fresher vegetables, largely root vegetables, but a few other items, and it all appears quite fresh.
All right, everyone. Let's take what food we can get. Everyone Amity starts like packing the food into a bag.
Metron will start taking some of the other foodstuffs and putting it into his bag as well.
All right.
She bites down on a piece of hardtack.
Yep. It tastes reasonably fresh, a bit bland, of course.
Oh, did y'all find something?
There's food in here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Glorious food.
He's going to step inside and start stuffing his backpack as well and helping anybody else who's looking to pack. All right, we want preserved stuff mostly. Vegetables are nice, but we're packing for a long time, not a good time.
I should save this hardtack.
DM, in this kitchen area, are there any like kitchen knives?
Yes, there does appear to be, in fact, a small assortment of knives and such hanging from one wall. There's a very large chef's knife, what appears to be a smaller, closer to a paring knife.
There's one that I could take small, would be like a dagger? Like, you know.
I'd say there's a large one enough that I think it would serve as a suitable, adjacent to a dagger. It's a very large chef's knife that appears to be reasonably sharp.
Awesome. Looking around, is there anything else, like maybe a cleaver or a meat tenderizer of some kind, something heavy and large?
Glancing around, you see a number of utensils that might serve for that purpose. Could be a sort of tenderizer of sorts. It's a large wooden mallet with a stone tip on one end that seems fairly heavy. It doesn't seem like it would, do anything close to a true mace or warhammer, but it seems like it might make for an improvised weapon if need be.
Kiev is going to put that in her backpack and then also just stuff it with food that she can find.
Lillison is going to stand outside and just sort of like stand awkwardly, and after a moment call out, Would you mind, could somebody grab some for me as well? I don't really want to go in there.
We're taking everything in here.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you.
Hope you like dried fruit, because it's what we're going to be eating for the next week or so. And yeah, I think we just grab everything we can and distribute it between us.
All right, I'd say you're able to do so reasonably efficiently in the space of under 5 minutes, I would say. Your backpack's now a bit swollen and groaning with the foodstuffs and such that have been placed within. You're able to look around and see a largely cleared out pantry.
All right, let's get the heck out of here. I've had enough of this stupid house. I should have.
Likewise, that's the smartest thing you said all day. Let's go.
It is. We never should have.
All right, time to leave, Lillison. Let's go.
See, we're smart and we stayed together. We didn't let ourselves get trapped by this place.
Yeah, look at us. We made it. Maybe could tell this story another time. The brave heroes who, you know what? Maybe we don't.
Maybe
tell
let's just
this one.
leave and we'll tell another story at later tonight when we rest.
Or we just let this one fall by the wayside.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Let's go.
With that, the
Lillicen
four of you make
stops.
your way forward to join Lillicen, and Lillicen, you find yourself at the closed, gated portico, staring at the roiling wall of fog beyond.
Usually, I would be quite happy to walk into a nice, misted, almost wonderland sort of fog like this, but never mind.
And she is going to boldly stride forward into it.
All right. Is anyone immediately following her?
Kiva's going to stand back with Metreon because I think we both had apprehensions about what the fog does, and so she's going to sort of keep an arm out and just try to be like, let's wait and see what happens.
Ari will go, I think.
Yeah, Amity's going as well. Metreon pointed out that anyone could attack us in this fog because there's no visibility, so I think I'll stick together with you two. If not, I'll fall.
Yeah, actually.
With that, the three of you stride out, following Lillicen's lead and making your way out, back onto the road and away from the gated portico of the old Durst house. As you proceed forward, taking your first few steps out, you hear nothing. The silence so oppressive that you can scarcely hear anything other than the sound of your own blood thrumming in your eardrums. The fog grows thick, swirling around you and encroaching forward until you cannot even see more than a silhouette of your friends, and then those silhouettes too vanish, swallowed up by the thick, whirling white. As each of you looks around, you can see swirling around you in the fog, the mist contorting, forming strange whirls and patterns. And as you look around, you see it clinging to your sides and clinging to your limbs as slowly it stirs around you. You feel yourself growing sluggish, an ache beginning to tear at your bones and muscles as the mist presses itself up against you, almost seeming to suffocate you. All around you, the strange patterns whirling like a demonic array of faces and diabolical patterns in the air. You feel yourselves choking, almost unable to breathe as you struggle for breath. I'll need each of you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Except for Kiva and Metreon, because I stayed back.
Correct.
Yeah, the scaredy cats.
That's a 19.
That's a 19.
17.
As you continue struggling forward, your eyes growing heavy, the fog pressing around you as though suffocating you, you feel yourselves gasping for breath as you feel your vitality sapped, your arms growing weak. And as you proceed further and further, Kiva and Metreon, you hear the sound of retreating footsteps slowly twist, and before you know it, the sound vanishes entirely, and you see a silhouette approaching from the wall of fog.
Hello?
A moment later, the silhouette lurches forward onto its hands and knees, and you see a familiar face, now drenched in sweat, cheeks pale, entire body trembling. It's Lillicen. A moment later, she's followed by Amity and Earthrenby, also similarly collapsing as they exit the fog, once more kneeling on the gated portico of the house.
Metreon does not...
Going to...
Go on.
I was going to say she's going to come closer, not touching the fog, but she's going to try to reach out an arm to pull Lillicen into the house again.
Lillicen, Amity, and Earthrenby, each of you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Metreon is stepping back. He's not even reaching out to help them, and he is just pressed in the back of this foyer. His eyes are just open and wide with fear. He feels trapped right now.
Yeah. Earthrenby stumbles inside, kind of leaning himself against a wall, just breathing heavily. And then he looks up at everyone else, his eyes wide, and it's just, we're gonna die here. And then slumps to the ground.
Amity's like choking on her own breath. She's chewing her tail obsessively.
I have never felt anything like that. Ever. Like I've swallowed Cloud Kill before. That was worse.
So, what are you saying then?
Well, we can't walk out in the mist.
You saying we're trapped?
I'm afraid so.
We're fucking trapped. We're fucking trapped.
There's a vampire.
I here, come on, close the door. Let's figure out a plan. And then he just kind of slumps again against the wall, looking at nothing.
And as the door closes behind you with a final sounding thud, the mist and fog vanishing behind it and leaving you alone in the dark foyer of the Durst House, that is where we'll end it for this week.
Holy God.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Oh.
Everyone is fine.
Well, anyone who voted no one in the Deadpool, I guess, wins this week.
Yeah, let me pull up the announcements. Let's see here.
Well, this is one way to start off
the campaign.
Strahd.
It certainly
so
is.
The Deadpool doc is not reacting. Next session, I will make sure to announce those winners for Deadpool.
We'll figure it out. And for
Holy
today,
moly!
Thank you, everybody, for coming. It was
yes, thank you so much.
This was. I hope
lot of
everyone
fun.
enjoyed it as much as we're panicking. But
yes,
this is intense.
Like we vaguely know what we're coming up against, but like playing this is a very different experience. Let me tell you.
Are you kidding? I've never run Death House, so I completely forgot about the animated armor because the last time I read this was when I read the module, and so when I was like, "Oh, I'll just walk out of the fucking third floor," boom.
Oh, and that actually provides a good opportunity. We will likely be holding Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten After Dark this coming Monday evening. I'll be making an announcement in the Curse of Strahd Discord probably. I won't be bothering the news tags, but I will be pinging the Twice Bitten tag. So if you're not already in the Curse of Strahd Discord, although if you're not a Curse of Strahd DM, I would caution you against it. It is intended for Curse of Strahd DMs, but we will be hosting a Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten After Dark session on Monday evening with at least myself and I believe Serena as well. I will also post details on Twitter where we'll be announcing a bit more of a spoiler-heavy discussion of Curse of Strahd in the module, a bit of character interpretation and analysis, as well as some more game dev discussion. So I recommend not watching it if you want to avoid spoilers, but if you'd like to hear a little bit of discussion about the game and such, we will go from there, and hopefully it should be a fun discussion.
Yeah. And thank you, everyone, so much for coming out.
Yes, thank you, everybody,
oh my gosh,
so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And we will see you all next week for Twice Bitten 2. Episode 2, not Twice Bitten 2. That'd be
Twice
weird.
Bitten 2, Force Bitten.
All right, and with that, and yes, to answer a question in chat, we will be answering audience questions, so there will be a Q&A element as well. So again, follow us on Twitter at, I think it's Twice Bitten COS. Is that right, Serena?
Yes, Twice Bitten COS.
Beautiful. With that, we will see you on the Twitter and Discord. And again, this game will be held every Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. So thank you to everyone for joining us today. We will see you all back in the mists next Saturday. Until then, look out for ghosts and spooky apparitions. Keep your garlic and silver close, and take care.